Okay, hello. How's everybody doing? Good to see all you. Hope you're having a wonderful day thus far. Hey, loading screen. Hey, Leah, Scott, Danny, Mick, Adrix, Control Twerking, and Danny Daggering. Danny, you better not change your name to that. It's alliterative. I feel like I had to say that. Yes, Kevin. I am starting stream. You heard that correctly. Hello. Control cabbage patching. I like it. Let's continue. Bork. Oh, she asked. We made it to Act 3. And in typical Quag fashion, the first thing we're going to do is probably respec. Expired care. Hope you're well. Yeah, I said I'm streaming. You're gonna jump up there, man. Good job. No, not the Spider-Man dance. That was a rough watch. That part of it, it was... Oof. Ooh, I have an idea of something I need to test. So, the way Duelist Prerogative gives its reaction, its bonus reaction, is it will apply it, like, not retroactively. So what that means is if you have no reaction and then you equip Duelist Prerogative, it gives you a reaction. So if I played Spores Druid instead of Moon, I would have 2 Halos of Spores to use. Then if I Wild Shaped, drop my Wild Shape, I would have another 1. I don't think I'd do that because my Wild Shape's on main action Spores. But I guess at that point I could start doing Displacer Beast stuff instead. That'd be on bonus action. That's probably cool for another kind of build. Can you confirm your theory about the bullet not losing the bite condition? Well, let's put it this way, Adrix. The same thing happened to Merkel. I was just able to just crit as much as I want on Merkel. So it's looking pretty likely. Hey, Roland, how are you?
At least things have stayed interesting.
Guessing Merkel got bullied. Crit him 4 consecutive times. It was very violent. It did. Miss Merkel too. It was short fight. Couple turns of setup, but once I started doing damage,
Let's move. This vessel is at the... Don't Waste us
Will
dead.
he ever emotionally recover from the fight? No, because I think 2 Druid might be, like, the hardest counter for Merkel possible now. Like, if that can be replicated, keep in mind, I'm solo, and that wasn't the most action economy heavy spec that I've used. If my interpretation of what was happening there is correct, any party composition, any run that allows 2 levels of Druid, you can have everybody in the room critting Merkel however much they want to. This vessel is at thy disposal. Oh. I got your disposal vessel right here. What was the setup? Thinking about Radiant Roan 2 Druid. So you just go Wolf Wild Shape, and you apply Exposing Bite. And Exposing Bite is supposed to go away when it makes something crit. But against certain enemies, it just doesn't seem to go away. It has happened twice on this run so far. Once against Merkel, once against the Boulette. Yeah, crap coffee. I do want to try to hit big rat bat damage. Just to show it. This would involve... I need to get lightning charges. I want elemental infusion. Would this be Booming Blade with Marco or Spell Sparkler? Throw a Bound Rat Bat to equip it. X Blade's Curse, Lightning Blast. It's 3 bonus actions, one of them would have to be delayed to a following turn. I have an idea of how I could pull it off. Need Helmet of Grit. Let's go work on getting that. Psionic movement are definitely, like, more damage than other things I could be doing right now, but it's hard to fit in with the wild shaping. Be easier if I was a Gith, but then I wouldn't be getting savage attacks damage.
Have a lot on my mind. And, well, in it.
Go get home, Ripper. Warm-up fight? Not for a warm-up fight. Speedy light feed I find is most consistent for getting max charge blast. Hey, Trade.
Everyone else minds their business. I'll be fine.
Yeah, I'd probably be doing speedy light feet main action dashes, I suppose.
This is the Palace of Khazad-dûr.
Is it? That's a door. I don't need to waste black hole here. Lost so much damage on Bullet because I had one charge fewer than I needed. Yeah, I am not super experienced at effective lightning blasting, but I want to do a lightning blast Ratbat Booming Blade. Because with Crater Flesh, that'll be 4 instances of Lightning Blast, right? Hey, melee. Yeah, that'd be 4. The problem is getting the math to work out well, because I would want to have Elemental Infusion on already, and then be delivering the Lightning Blast with another Booming Blade. Excuse me. So having extra attack honestly makes that more awkward. We could do some Silver Sword stuff for a fun change of pace. You know what, that's fun.
Just out of view. What path lies before me?
Setup used for blast, having Sparkler or Marco, cast Magic Missile F2, go into the target, 1 into the floor, Speedy Lightfoot dash. Blast gives you 6. And then next turn you dash again for 7. Dashing after getting Lightning Blast going. I see. Yeah, that's very appealing. Water Sparkers are one I was considering.
Aquatic magic can be resisted from a distance.
Like, that's good damage. Also, it's funny that it's so far from Ratbat's league.
Hiding in plain sight.
I bought the Assassin of Balkal, I didn't need to use that scroll.
There's an inscription on the ring.
Praise be.
I don't recognize the language though. Moving in. I feel scream. There's aquatic magic at work here. I've seen this language before. Inscribed on the Tsar's signet ring, I think.
I do think it was thoughtful game design to have the Helmet of Grit right next to this conveniently placed necrotic damage. I'm still thinking about the Lightning Blast thing. I want to do it somewhere, I just don't know where I would do it. Maybe that's the kind of thing I set up on a testing save. Does make a compelling argument for Thief investment for blasting. Yeah. Like, I think Thief and Sorcerer lend themselves really well to blasting, because if you're gonna build charges with a spell, you can use extended spell. That also gives you more turns of infusion if you wanted to go for that. And then Thief for the additional bonus action. I think Draconic Blue for Lightning Arrow, you know, peak impractical Lightning Arrow is still relevant because of the requirements of what you're getting from the other levels, right? You want twin meta magic, you want Destructive Wrath, and you can't have both of those while still having Evo. So then you're able to Pick up Twin. You can pick up Destructive Wrath. You can't get both Thief and Draconic Blue at that point, though.
The door. Looking closer, the ring.
There's not much point to Ballast Armor for this encounter. I'm gonna go Adamantine Scale. Kind of like Horns. Right, I'm supposed to respec. Figure that out after this fight. Even that Storm as Heart of the Storm Lighting Arrow. Heart of Storm's such a crazy feature. It is really, really good. Other than Lightning Charges and Callus, what else can you throw out Heart of Storm, juice it up? Hexblade's Curse. Vulnerability. Gaping Wounds. Formless Slaughter. Rhapsody. Marco. Valar Shriek. So going Hexblade's Curse or Hex on White Mist here would be the most damage. Hex is more because I'm critting. And I'm not doing Vuln. It's pretty good. This without lightning charges, without lightning blast, without psionic movement. No vulnerability except for psychic. Yeah, horns added to Hex. But horns... So, the reason why Horns the Berserker and Martial Bravery... What the hell's that damage? Ratbat's good. The reason why Horns of the Berserker and Martial Bravery are so much better than something like Arcane Synergy is Arcane Synergy, you get this once. But Horns is necrotic damage that goes on each instance of damage. So it went on the Ratbat's first instance, the Ratbat's second instance, the Craterous Wounds instance from the first one, and then the Craterous Wounds instance from the second one. And Martial Bravery is the same thing, except it goes into the damage type that you did, so it scales better with vulnerability. Yeah, Yeah, this is why we worship the rat bat. I take a lot of damage from Psionic Overload in this setup, though. This is even with 1 DR. If I was doing Formless Slaughter and actually staying in my wild shape, I could accidentally end my wolf shape. Because, like, if I had lightning charges... Even worse, if I lightning bursted myself, I could hit myself for, like, over 20 damage. The end of my turn. Yeah, because it's 18 HP right now. So Psionic Overload, I have 21 Strength in Wolf Shape at the moment, so plus 5 mod. So that'd be D4 plus 5 plus 6 with... Yeah, so let's assume max damage. 10. Yeah, I would just lose my wild shape to a max roll with Vuln. Even without Formless. And even without lighting charges or bursts. That's really fun. Hit me. Was it good for you? It was good for me. Getting 1,240 XP from that rat bat swing is very fun. You free cast Wild Shape? Yeah. I rolled a 1 on my concentration. Guess I should heal. Ooh. Chonky. Would Alien Fusion go on Lightning Blast? No. Right? I'm not actually sure. No? Okay.
There are some scuffs to show.
I wasn't sure if Lightning Blast like mimicked what it was a part of. That would be that'd be something.
Anything you want to say?
No. Is Booming Blade spell enough for blasts? Yes. I did it to Barn Couple.
Interviews,
I'm
politics,
exhausted.
gossip.
Better find somewhere to camp soon.
Anyway, we take your pick.
You would get more damage out of Thunderous Smite than Booming Blade, but like having Thunderous Smite access, and then also that makes the bonus action problem worse. Do love that if you're using Blast, Chain Lightning is slightly worse than Lightning Blast. It's great, considering, like, Lightning Blast comes from an amulet that everybody downplays. Including myself and that everybody for a long time. Lightning Arrow is king for it, but just because of the way Chain Lightning hits. Yeah, Chain Lightning simply doesn't hit enough targets, ironically enough. Like, Lightning Arrow is awesome. I do think you could make an argument for Ice Storm being even better than Lightning Arrow in terms of delivery. It's just the problem becomes Ice Storm itself does less damage. Like, Ice Storm and Destructive Wave are real good for Lightning Blast.
What's up for discussion?
Flame Strike.
What are you after, friend? Got grub, potion,
Because they don't have
few
target
nice
limits.
vintages?
And,
Stock up now before someone clears
they're
me out
wider.
to fill their larder.
That too, the first bolt hits slightly before the fork, so your blast is consumed before the forks hit. Even if the targets are, like, really tightly grouped. It's just not fast enough. I don't really need more bombs, but I'll take more bombs.
Anything?
Yeah, it needs to hit simultaneously. Gotcha. I think Oliver and Style and Hans should have a spin-off where they open a business together. And also a steamy romance, right?
You moron! We could be fired for this. Well, if this is good enough for a buccaneer.
Maybe it's a Hellsick Damned connected basement situation. Oh, that could be an anthology series of vendors in Baldur's Gate and their secret night lives together. Oh. Play like that, I think.
Welcome to the blushing mermaid.
Like that. Hall Lightning's also decent for Lightning Blast. Yeah, one instance, but high damage, very spammable. Action refresh. Lots of upsides.
Actually, just leave me to burn. Oh, bloody hangover. Bloody. What did...
Find out. Move with care. What about you?
Ice Storm Gaming, yeah. Me whenever Miss Aura's on screen. Yeah, I do think going for Awakened was a mistake in the end. But I'll live with it. I don't want to just do my Storm Sorcerer Gale run again and show why Storm Sorcerer's a demon. Yeah, I mean, there's even more stuff to be a demon with, like... I do think that Hexblade dip with Heart of the Storm would be, pretty fucked up. Hey man, Latier. Not Lazel Origin. I'm just disguised. I have a mod that gives you just more disguise options. No gameplay benefit, just sometimes I want to look at more characters. Still the half orc. Currently disguised as Githyanki for these boots. Hey, Nemesis, thank you for the raid. How'd the rest of the stream go? Making good progress, I hope. Welcome in, raiders. We're doing some rat bat stuff here. Let me scroll up and show the one of the juicy rat bat hits from earlier. And this one's pretty okay. One rat bat swing. I think there was a better one before that. Oh yeah, here's the better one. Fire retaliation go nuts, we got all the gear as a run. It's good, it's good. Gotta correct my stats with a respec after this fight. But running around grabbing pieces. Went and grabbed Helmet of Grit earlier. Getting Duel's Prerogative in a moment here. concentration a lot. Maybe I do need to go to Hell, get the Greater Health Amulet. It's just with Wild Shaping, that's really not going to play nicely. That makes me very fragile in Lightning Blast setup. There's the crit. Pretty okay.
Time to press ahead.
Yeah, we like Boots of Psionic Movement. They're pretty good. Hey, Superman. Brutal Critical's providing a lot here. Like, it goes on Craterous Wounds and on both instances of the Rat Bat. So, just by being a half-orc, we are adding a d8 of bludgeoning, a d6 of piercing, and then 2d6 of force. So if we were attacking with Vuln, that would scale even better. It's part of why Ballast Armor is nice here, because then this piercing, if this was Vuln, it would have done even more than the bludgeoning part, despite being a smaller damage die. Suppose the same concept would apply to doing Primal Strike with Trident of the Depths. Which kind of makes sense. I would do Booming Blade for first part of the action and then Strike for the second. Thinking. So stats-wise, I'm at 22 Strength, 16 Dex, 14 Con, 8 Int, 12 Wisdom, 9 Charisma. We did get Patriarch's Memory. Use the Mirror to boost Strength, Everlasting Vigor on Strength, Tavern Brawler on Strength, and Hag Hair on Dex. Giving up Tavern Brawler is not a crazy option, because that would free up a feat for other purposes. It would substantially impact my Wolf Shape's accuracy, though. I don't know that I need that accuracy if I run around with a Permabless, and I am at 20 strength still. But I would need to restructure my stats here. Or I would need to be at 20 strength after the mirror boost. So that would be base 16 here. I could go base 17 there to be at 18 dex, because Hag Hair. Then I could go 15 Riz to have 16, but that would be dumping Con. And I would be down to 1 prepared Druid spell. Which I think is honestly fine, I just need Longstrider.
Dost thou require a new as the
Let's see what this looks like. I should be buying Terrazol with these level ups too, but be lazy about it. Should have done this Rat Bat equipped. Now I need to reapply Drake Throw Glaive to it. I planned on long resting soon anyway. It's not a big deal. And we gotta get Hell access. So we start Barbarian for the saving throw proficiencies and the gear proficiencies. could do this. But then I just have 9 Riz for no reason. I mean, I never planned my specs around Patriarch's memory, so that kind of checks out. If I had known I would get it, maybe I would have gone Hag Hair on Riz, but probably not, because I like having the higher dex bracket in wolf shape. So let's think about this. Feats are still going to be Tavern Brawler and Alert. That does have me running around a plus 13 initiative with Ballast Armor on, but I don't care. That's fine. If anything, that's a good thing, because that means I could just not put on any initiative, anything for Cazador and Gortash. They'll probably equip Hellrider. That's assuming I use Ballast in those fights, which maybe I do, maybe I don't. I do like the idea of having 16 con here. Helps my concentration, which has been suffering with Psionic Overload breaking my Hex con. Just this 16 dex is the thing I'm trying to decide here. I think it's fine. Just having 9 Riz is going to feel weird. It'll go up to 10 in the Act 3 finale, but how much do we care about that? I could probably make Horns work for Act 3 finale, but it's looking more like maybe I do go Arcane Synergy there, but I would just respec to have less con and more Riz there. Maybe it's even Grit there over Synergy. Yeah, it's probably Grit. So there's no world where I need this Charisma, except it will be my casting stat. So maybe I could at least have neutral DC on Tadpole powers if I get like 1 point there. Maybe I stick with 14 con. Still have a floater point. Awkward. I do want to stay at 22 strength, I think. Still Bite Club? Yeah, Zach. How you doing? I guess I'll just have 9 Riz. Fine with that. I do like the line I took with the mirror of just going for Patriarchs and having the ability to give up Forbidden Knowledge in the back pocket. Hey Morgana, how are you? Good to see you. We're doing weird stuff. Oh, you might like this. This is like prime YouTube Shorts stuff. Oh, thanks for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. If you don't know me, I'm Quag. I do challenge runs in Baldur's Gate mostly. I pretend that I play other games. Hate shorts, yeah, but go on. Okay, so the tech that this run is built around here, I'll cancel this respec. Is we're using this feature, Exposing Bite, on the wolf. And this allows you to line up a guaranteed crit. Next attack from within 1.5 meters will be a crit. It could be, you know, an arrow of slaying, could be a flurry of blows, could be a 6-beam scorching ray, could be all that. The weird thing with it is it doesn't seem to go away when you use it up if the enemy is big enough. So this happened twice in this run. This happened against the Boulette, and this happened against the Apostle of Merkel. So I need to science it out more, but it seems like if the target is big enough, you just exposing bite, and then everybody just gets free crits for the next 2 turns. On every attack. Bypassing accuracy, you just crit everything. So like what happened with Merkel was we bit him, and then I dropped Wild Shape, and I just clicked Booming Blade and Main Hand attack 4 times and just crit him. It was like 18, 18, 15, 16 for the attack rolls, and I only had enough minus crit to crit on a 19. So this run has been various shades of, hey, I'm gonna bite you and crit with something.
Dost thou require
So I want to respec. Love a good bite. Yes, sir. Also we're using the Rat Bat because it's incredible. I think we do this. Athletics because it's great. Perception because nothing else here is better. Hey Siri, thank you for the Prime and the 11 months. Much appreciated. I should be parked by a vendor to get, like, Terrazul and stuff, but I'm very lazy today. Hey Zach, thank you for gifting sub to Morgana Evelyn. Very kind. Much appreciated. Not really using my rage ever. So I guess we just go giant for the carry weight. I could go wild magic for the spell slot refills. But I have short rest potions. Tavern Brawler for exposing bite accuracy. It's also +1 strength outside of Wild Shape. Current spec is 9 Barbarian for Brutal Critical. That applies to each instance on the Rat Bat swing, so that is Brutal Critical applied 4 times if I have Craterous Wounds. Have the Hag Hair on Dex? I do. Resistance Thorn Whip here. Circle of the Moon lets me Wild Shape on my bonus action. Circle of Spores gives me Halo of Spores. How much do I want to Wild Shape on my bonus action, is the question. If I'm doing it as a combat opener, it doesn't matter because I'm not Wild Shaping during the fight. But if I'm switching into it during the fight, it's much easier to pull off if it's not my bonus action. Then again, if I have Spores, it's pretty easy for me to just put down Haste Spore Grenade, pop it with Halo, and then just I have an extra action with which to do that. Morning, Western Libra. Hope you're well. There's also the option of the Duelist Prerogative tech I was mentioning earlier. A Duelist Prerogative gives you a reaction even if you've already used up the reaction from Duelist Prerogative, just when you equip it. So I could 2 Halos, Wild Shape, drop Wild Shape, 1 more Halo. What do I gain from that meaningfully? Like, I don't see myself in a situation where I would need more than 1. If I had good spell save DC, then maybe I could use it to trigger Bloodlust consistently. I guess I could have good spell save DC, Amulet of the Devout. And good is a stretch there, 8. 8 casting stat, lol. But yeah, maybe we do spores for a bit. Most of the run has been moon, but there was a little spores earlier. There's no reason to go land here. Stars... I could go stars mode for some stuff, but I don't feel like it. Let's go spores here. This means it'll be a lot harder for me to wild shape mid-combat without resources, but I can make that work. And then for our final level, we take Warlock, Hexblade for Hexblade's Curse, and Hex. There's actually a decent argument for me going Great Old One here for Mortal Reminder, considering how infrequently I have the bonus action to do Hex and Hexblade's Curse, but I do like having the option. Agathis is useful in theory here. I care less about shield. Always Blade Ward. Alright, that's the spec for now. Did I get the statue commissioned? No. We need to get the money together for that before I rest. What else can I do? I could go stop the presses, I don't care that much. Oh yeah, I guess I have Elemental Cleaver now. I don't really plan on raging ever, though. Because it means no Blooming Blade. I guess there's situations that call for it, but meh. Okay, I need money. Let's go to 2 inspos. Let's go to the vaults. I still have this human versatility on. So let's try to get Marco. I should hire Fuzzlemp and read 2 books to get 2 inspos. Is there anything else I even care about inspos on this run? No? Let's do it now then. I wouldn't need to hire Fuzzlemp if Gale was alive, but I had intrusive thoughts earlier in the run and I picked a fight with Elminster. Like, I didn't throw him. This is the first time I've actually straight up just beat Elminster in a fight, because I'd never been crazy enough to try. He almost killed me. Disintegrate is scary. How did it go? He low-rolled a Disintegrate, so I lived. But I 2-turned him. Hey Zach Joe, how are you? Who has the inspo books right now? Oh, Minthara has them.
Alright, what now?
Let's get going.
This vessel is at thou.
Slow was scarier. Slow was pretty scary. It is extremely difficult to break Elminster's concentration, so that slow was there to stay.
To be cautious. Don't give me trouble now.
Hey, Mark.
Time to press ahead. Let's have a look.
Alright, we're here in the vaults because I need money to get the statue commissioned for Sweetstone features. Easiest ways of getting quick money that I haven't done yet are this and going and robbing the bank. But this is no checks involved. Unless I want to go get Marco Heshker, which I'm still on the fence if I'm even going to bother grabbing for this run. It's a great, great item. Whether you're a martial build, whether you're a caster build, it's just kind of absurd for your access to spells and your raw damage output. But we're in rat bat mode today.
Shouldn't have made me your enemy.
I gotta switch to this because I don't have infusion on right now. And for anyone who doesn't know why the rat bat at Praise Be is crazy, combat logs got you covered here.
Quite some valuable knowledge hidden between these pages.
Same thing that makes Arrows of Slaying good is why the rat bat is good. And I'm sure it's much more well known that Arrows of Slaying are one of the most vile things you can do to enemies in this game. Guess I should hit this side. Not perceptive. I didn't see the button, but luckily I can flip levers through walls with Repulsor. Hey, Nika. Delay always stresses me out. I never really used Rabat until I started watching your streams, utilizing it for my current run, praise be indeed. It's, probably one of my favorite items in this game. Like, aside from it being good, just the aesthetic of... You simply have a bat with nails through it, and it's one of the strongest weapons in the game. It's funny.
My rescuers.
How much money is in here? Enough that I'll go in. I don't normally bother with this, but I'm here for gold, so I may as well take the gold. Is Quag secretly Negan? I'm not that funny. Also, I understand consent better than he does.
Might be useful.
Unfortunately, using a summon in that way gives you this
Give up now.
bugged UI thing for a while. Maybe going to main menu and back fixes it, but I don't care enough. The lamp is setting with the clown music is chef's kiss. They did not have to go hard with that, but they did. And, it's appreciated. About the solo honor mode, the Arden and Crush with Throwbar. Pretty worried due to the low AC. Any tips? AC is a bad defensive stat.
What's hiding here?
So it's just a matter of getting your brain thinking about what good defensive stats are. And that's having damage reduction, having resistances, having a ton of HP. So if you have enough HP and crit immunity, what do you care if they hit you? You can do the math. and see their max rolls. And you will know exactly how safe you are in any given turn. As Mark said, protect against hold person. Basically assume that any Githyanki with a cape can use hold person, because it is almost always true. Especially in the Crush. Everyone with a cape in the Crush, except for Therazin, can use hold person. I would also highly recommend having psychic resistance.
Watch how you go. There's a trap.
And, make sure to bait ready to parry if you want to make your damage land consistently.
Watch how you go. There's a trap.
Crit immune is hard, as heavy armor impedes rage, and shield doesn't work with returning pike. So a few things there. Throw away the returning pike, it's garbage. It's actively worse than simply throwing a dagger. So that frees up your other hand for your shield. But it also frees up your main hand for options like the Defender Flail, which gives you damage reduction and armor class if you are feeling skittish about your defenses. And remember, if you are a giant barbarian, you can make any weapon bound. You don't have to use the returning pike. So you can just make the Defender Flail a returning weapon and then throw that. So you will be tankier and be doing more damage than the returning pike would be. But even if you weren't going to do that, you could use adamantine medium armor, which works just fine with barbarian. If you want crit immunity in that way. Yeah, you can even make your crossbows a returning weapon. I did a lot of that, and it's very funny. Returning pike is good for like the first 3 to 4 levels? No, it isn't. It's not even good there. Like, legitimately. Because here's the thing, it's a D10 on the damage die, and then it has all of the downsides associated with it doing gravity damage, but it takes up both of your hands. So, meaning you can never use shields, meaning you can't do things like Hill Giant Club, and then use a Colossus Elixir, which, Hill Giant Club, Colossus Elixir, throwing a dagger is more damage than the returning pike. It's just more. You also get better throwing angles, so you can throw for more safety. You don't get flat out cucked by low ceilings. At no point in the game is the returning pike a good weapon.
Be wary.
And remember, you can grab the poo scraper without combats at level 2. And it's a better weapon. The reason why the returning pike gets so much attention is it is the first chronological bound weapon in the game. So, until you are in possession of Eldritch Knight's Weapon Bind or Giant Barb's Elemental Cleaver, the idea of a weapon that you don't have to chase after when you throw it is attractive. but you don't have to chase after non-magical daggers because they're very available, very disposable. And you can just carry around like 10 of them.
Here we go.
If I play Hexblade with Poo Scraper and bind it, would applying Hexblade's curses to basically be me giving dysentery to the enemies? You know what? Sure, Mick. If that's what you want, you can have that, buddy. Biggest complaint with bound weapons when you try to use them to initiate combat, know the logic behind how to get them to return. The game still loves to bug and just not have it return. Don't throw them to initiate combat. Like, this is another reason to just have multiple throwables. But also, you can open with things like your Giant Barb, you could kick someone. You could open with, like, Thorn Whip, if you have it. You could do Hunter's Mark, Hex, you know, just offhand crossbow shot. You always have something else you could be doing. I guess I should actually go into the elements as well. Did I do that though? No, I didn't. I'm very ADHD today. Thinking about 3 other tasks while doing this one and not doing this one well because of it. Biggest problem keeping throwables, I always forget to grab them when combat's over. Yeah, that's why you'll see most of my runs. Let's see if I'm unconsciously doing it this run, because sometimes I just do that. Okay, I'm not doing it this run, but most of my runs I will find myself keeping half a dozen daggers on me. Even if I'm not doing a throwing build, just having the option. There's no real reason not to do it. Daggers are pretty light, and they're very available. You never need to buy them, unless you want +1s. And even then, you can get 4 different +1 daggers in Act 1 without buying them. Seducer Dagger, Assassin's Touch, Dagger +1 in the Blighted Village, and Dagger +1 from near.
The once indecipherable glyphs now feel dangerously familiar.
All good, I
Promising
guess.
flowers, but as you
Well, I still need to use this anyway.
Ding, anything you want to say? Don't.
Neural. Or I'll go in the bot remind Quather with lightning jabbers left behind. Thank you again for that, Nico. Hellfire Great Axe could be fun here. Unfortunately for it, though, it's not Ratbat. I could, however, use it to prepare. Switch to Ratbat. So we keep it around for that reason. Don't think I'll use Foebreaker. Mauls are not really what we're going for here. Psychic resistance potions start at level 9. I'm reading the wiki wrong. Omelum has guaranteed psychic resistance potions, elixirs, excuse me, and also sells the mats for you to craft your own. Also, if you get very lucky on the intellect devours at the very start of the game, on the beach, you can get enough to craft one there.
I want to have a word.
Anyway, we can knock a little off the... Take your pick.
Rare instance of Quag pinning someone instead of vice versa. Okay, listen. First of all, I should call her. Maybe. Listening. I got nothing. Is there first of all? Yeah, Marcus first.
You're a patron. You have come far, I perceive. Of course, my child. Within limits. Behold my wares.
I will also grab a universal res from Skittle. Psychic elixirs also make Psionic Overload safer, but if you're throwing, you should be clicking on that. Yeah, Psionic Overload is an incredible damage buff that I do not see people using nearly as much as they should. I know self-damage can be scary. I know you can only pop it in combat. But like, it's so worth your time. It's so strong.
Oh, Newts, you step up and marvel at the spectacular wonders on offer.
Afford that. Let's go get the statue commissioned. Rat-tacular. Hi, Skittle. I love you, Skittle. Skittle's great. We'll get back to doing combat soon. I tend to do Act 3 in, like, 1 or 2 rests. So we're sort of, laying the groundwork for that kind of, run-through. What other steps do I need to take? I could get Attitude with Roland to get Roland's mage armor. Should do that. We are still in need of funds.
I should speak up.
Dark brows are bespokes. Oh, my wife shall be delighted. I'll...
Your tum Yes! I has lots of stuffs. Just for you.
We're gonna bloodlust. I'm doing pretty okay there. Could use more tongue though. Don't think I need more Cloud Giant. More flight would be good. Buy the mats for that too. Pretty okay on everything else. I could use smoke feather arrows. Or what do I sell the popper to fund that? Hopper, you want 6 Condor Elemental Scrolls? You sure do. There you go. Have fun. Okay, stomach, settle down. Does one ever consider the logistics between Boney and Stony? Yeah. Boney says, big lady. And that's all there is to it.
Armor, blades, the Rivington Gem. Let's rehearse this one more time. Pretend I was fit as the audience chamber. What you were doing in
Calm down, dear. It won't happen, I swear.
Hunk of junk stomping around.
That's why nothing's gonna happen to us. We'll tell them what happened, and we'll be home in no time.
Seems you've crossed.
Oh, relax. Didn't notice my hiding got broken.
It won't happen, I swear.
I can't really glaze down, Thea.
That's why nothing's gonna happen to us. We'll tell them what happened, and we'll be home in
Relax, it's just theft. Yeah, I don't know what they're so upset about. Hey, Woodsy. Guess I'll break out this way. There's a cat catting on my leg, and he is adorable. Define well. Look at the boy. Why am I over here? Oh, yeah, I'm just passing time for Pursuit Protocol to go away. Is this the chain lightning trap? I'm tanky, what do I care? I dress up as a harbor, will you yeet me off a cliff? I hope I'm worth a lot of XP. I wouldn't yeet you. I would recruit you for gather your allies.
Step carefully. There's a trap.
See the city. Up on the hill.
It's up there.
What's that anybody for? Oh, I need to get rolling attitude. I need to get rolling.
Then I'm sure the Manic will do that.
Let's sell some stuff to Mattis. What? Flame Enameled Armor is quite nice. It's got the same initiative bonus as Ballas, 2 more AC, Fire Res, +2 saving throws. I considered selling it, but maybe I use it.
That old bone bag Ketherick had. Would I try to fool a sharpie like you? Have a look.
Oh yeah, Corvid token. Corvid token poisons are a thing. Right. How mad is that? Don't need this many sunbeams. Let's keep 3. Don't need Circle of Death. Did I get added with rolling on this run? No, that was probably my testing save. Now that I think about it.
Stay away
I'm having to catch up on chat. At seeing some of these messages out of order, I'm like,
Lord Gortash is expecting you. Please make your way to the audience chamber.
you say Corvid token poisons her? No, I said Corvid token poisoner. So, well-known thing that I've complained about in patch 8 is Tavern Brawler now functions in honor mode the way it does below honor mode, where all of your damage, all damage attributed to you, gets the Tavern Brawler bonus, so that's your strength modifier. You can use Polymorph Dire Raven from the Corvid token to take advantage of this without needing Druid levels.
Elturel's exiles, cast out by their own city.
Stand down, villain. In the name of the Steel Watch, aggressive action will not be tolerated in the presence of the patriarchs of this proud
Jake.
city.
Other cat.
The Steel Watch appreciate your cooperation, citizen.
Dearest patriarchs, but a moment. I must greet a most honored guest. My friend.
Look,
forgive
Jake is
the
almost
cold
as cute as Gortash is
My
right now.
Steel Watchers are eager watchdogs for the good of the people. I'm sure you understand.
Big lady. Look at those
Lord
abs.
Emperor Gortash at your service. I understand congratulations are in order. Thorm's defeat hasn't gone unnoticed. You're known for who you are and for that nether stone that you carry. You know, it takes all 3 to control the brain.
Hey, Ump, how are you?
Without Thorms, it's become vexingly willful. The Quakes are a
Yeah, this
clear
mod is
warning.
incredible.
If nobody
I don't
steps
think
in
I
soon,
can
it'll free itself from the authority
look
of
at
the
Gortash
Crown.
without this mod
I
anymore.
expect it'll start with turning the Sword Coasts infected. You among them. That prism of yours won't last indefinitely. Next, the grand design.
I'm not even
Mind
listening to
Flayer
him, I'm just
Empire
staring
will
at
be
him.
born. If we're lucky, we'll become slaves. If we're unlucky, well, not the most thrilling of prospects, but it's a fate that can be avoided. If you and I come to an understanding,
Gotta say I'm in such a good mood today because I'm going backcountry
we can
camping.
still
Ooh.
restore authority over the brain.
You the camping type, Woodsy?
Of course. Good.
She only cares for blood. I can't let that happen. What?
I can detect no deceit.
Who? The faceless in your camp is like a knife at your throat. Even horror. That's... You're resourceful. I trust you'll sniff it out. If the trail goes... First are in the red. Next, the threat of the absolute. In such circumstances, you are... Next, the faithful will do anything in the name of their god. Our tyranny, and with what comes next will be entirely their fault. Powerful connections. Let's leave it at that. More importantly, just. Now, come. Be witness. As I make.
I think what makes part of what makes Gortash so compelling as a character is he will just straight up tell you the entire evil plan. The only reason he withholds where he got the crown from is because that's connected to like childhood trauma. But like he'll just tell you the entire plan and be like, pretty cool, right? You want it? Like very forthcoming.
Enver Gortash, swearest thou by Balduran's blade
Really,
to
what's his name?
defend
Okay,
the
Control,
citizens
listen
of
here.
Baldur's Gate from enemies within and without?
I swear.
Swearest
Yeah,
thou
he's got
true
socks.
faith and fealty to the same, by word, deed, and decree, so that none may suffer?
I swear.
Gathered guests, grant ye consent.
Gortash is unironically more honest than the Emperor. Yeah.
Enver Gortash, the council appoints you Archduke of Baldur's Gate.
My friends, the Steel Watch stands ready.
Could at least put on his
Let its
formal
blade
flaming shirt.
fall
This
on
is
any
his
who
formal
would
one.
Diminish our city. And you, honored guest, will find me in my office above when you return. Do not come empty-handed.
Vandals are great.
Let's see what this does.
Something's not right about those steel watches. I'm telling you.
Seems like a good moment to talk.
You see, I know the.
Alright. Anything else I need to do before I long rest? Don't think so. Don't think so. Maybe I want to get access to Undercity Ruins vendor. I think I do want that. Check for haste spores. For winter and 90s fair and Gort would be wearing Jinkos right now. Listen, Jinkos look cool as fuck. And I will die on this hill.
Another step forward. Cursed to put my hands on everything.
Jinkos are a nightmare as a Canadian. The bottom 5 inches of your pants just covered in salt and crusty snow. Hey, bottom 5 inches covered in salt was my nickname in high school. What if we got matching Jinkos? I'm down if you are.
Halt! Orin, go ahead. Their blood is your as you.
Why did you aggro? Why did you aggro? Okay. Well, I'm not really prepared for that. Even bigger lady. I don't have an elixir on right now, do I? Should have done Booming Blade first, but... Am I wearing? Ballast. It's not a fight I intended to be in right now. Still raging because of the dot I put on myself.
And away I go.
That barb looks so fun. Yeah, this is not really meant to be a giant barb build. You okay, man? Okay. It's just there's nothing in particular from barbarian subclasses that I care about, so giant gives me the most outside of raging.
I'm done.
For this concept. Asterisk next to that, because there are wild hard options that give me stuff outside of raging, but giant barb gives me carry weight, gives me a kick. I only raged there because I did not have the defensive gear on to take a bunch of stabs, so I raged for resistance. But I'm a fan of giant barb. I think it's really cool. It's just kind of strictly better Berserker.
Something's on my mind.
Check out the stove.
It's too pricey for a meme. Yeah, I'm not. Not paying that much. One thing I like from Berserkers and Rage Throw, yeah, Giant's just better. Yeah, and Rage Throw isn't good, though. Certainly, you know, thematic, but it's just not good. The prone only lasts 1 turn. So, mechanically, it doesn't even actually reduce people's movement speed. And it's extremely inefficient action economy-wise. Also, you're giving yourself a stacking accuracy penalty. Also, you have no features outside of Rage. And without the assistance of a Thief Dip and or Helmet of Grit, you can't even Enrage Throw and Rage on the first turn of combat. Need to explore Intimidating Presence a bit, since I don't think you need to Rage for that. I did forget about Intimidating Presence. Isn't that spell save DC though? Which is like spell save DC on your Berserker, lol. Because that's the fearful one, right? Full action, target 1 enemy, give them 2 turns of fearful. We're level 10. I guess the maintained Intimidating Presence feature. So yeah, you could do what is effectively Eye Bite and lock 1 creature down indefinitely with Intimidating Presence. And that's good. But you'd have to be level 10 Berserker and have good spell save DC. And you're losing a full action every turn, or at least every 2 turns to maintain it. So I think it's like a decent feature and like the worst place to get it.
Penitent looks at you silently.
Arcane Acuity Hat? Yeah, but Arcane Acuity Hat is not without opportunity cost, and if you are playing a Berserker, you are most likely going Throw build, which means not having horns or a crit immunity hat is super duper questionable. Something you could do, it's like, why would you? I guess Armor of Moonbasking could be interesting here. Could be Moonrise for Crush. Ardent's just gonna destroy me otherwise. Who are you referring to, say? Like, Ardents are the... There's a few of them in the Crush that have the psychic damage cantrip. Are you referring to a particular boss in there or something? Or... If you got Intimidating Presence like level 6, be way better, I'm gonna be honest. Oh yeah, that would be huge. Like, compare Berserker 6 to the other subclasses at 6. Giant at 6 gets Elemental Cleaver, which is insane. Wildheart gets Animal Aspect at 6, which is a bunch of different things. But one of them is Honey Badger, which is, hey, you don't need rage charges to rage anymore. You don't need rage charges or bonus actions to rage anymore. And then, hey JD. And then Berserker gets, hey, you're immune to fear and calm emotions. It's fine, I guess. Yeah, Wargaz. Wargaz is pretty straightforward, but I do tend to just run around in the Shadow Curse lands for a little bit before I start fighting things in the Crush. Mostly for XP purposes, because going to the Crush later gets you more XP, because exploration spots, but yeah. So let's use this Drow Disguise.
You! What are you doing? But never mind that. What can I do for you?
We're gonna get Attitude with a roll in. Elixir of Psychic Resistance replaces Hill Giant, so I don't feel confident with the damage at level 6 to fight him. Legendary action, pretty rough to deal with solo. I mean, it can be. But, like, it doesn't have to be. If you need Hill Giant Elixir, then I'm concerned about your stats. What is your strength without it? And answer a survey about usage of AI in the company at work. First question after my name is which AI am I usually using without giving an option, say none. So what me and my coworkers did was selecting others and writing in none. That's intensely dystopian. I hate everything you just said. Full rejuvenation. I could use that to get more attacks. Wait on that though. Alright. Fem Strong Drow has the attitude with Roland now. Dumped? Okay, so like this is one of the many reasons why dumping strength is a horrible idea. Rest of it is con 18, dex 16. How did you get your con to 18? That would have required outside help. Did you go 17 and then Tavern Brawler there? I'm assuming? Yeah, that's right. Okay, never dump your strength. You're experiencing exactly why it's a bad idea. You're having to choose between psychic resistance and not having shit strength. So I guess you have Hill Giant Club if you really want to keep the 8 strength, but want psychic res. But like, the play is don't dump your strength. It's really bad for your character's ability to adapt to situations such as this one. Keep in mind you're a barbarian, so your HP pool is already obscene. So you could comfortably hang out at 14 con. And like, at 14 con you still have more HP than other classes at 16 or 18 con.
If you'd come inside, yeah.
Something over there.
I learned about the Club of Hill Giant Strength. They do it this
And now
often.
that you're here,
Explosive.
this is incredible.
You
I'm
don't.
seeing stars. All it needs. I'll only ask. You really are a fine collaborator.
This is more money.
Until next time.
Hey, Richmond. Blow yourself up? Yeah, my blood's explosive now. So, any blood surface that originates from my character, that's now combustible. Very useful. So I could, for example, put a candle down next to me, and if anyone goes and melees me, they're just gonna light themselves on fire. every time. What's the duration on this fire surface, man?
City's going to shit.
Good, because we have no time. This sleepy wineskin's due back up everything.
Ah, my friend.
Out of mind.
The deck save for explosive blood? No, there's no save.
Right tool.
I guess you start bleeding while in wild shape with that candle, burning damage gets tavern roller as well. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Stop it. Go do cat stuff over there.
If not over, then through.
Hey, Witherborn.
Step carefully. There's a trap.
What is this? Fire explosive. Flavor item, I guess.
But that will fit in my pack.
If you trigger the trap here, these are vents that dispense a purple worm toxin surface. So you can get some interesting use out of coding here and then fast traveling to a fight. So, probably have the shits from Human Versatility in the upcoming rust. But I think we do it. Or Garage, get all that worm.
Your contract
Testes.
will side choose.
Hmm. Will can stay in the pack.
No.
Very well.
But my father will. We should hurry to this This prison's in the lower city. Let's move.
I'll take the slightly easier Iron Throne.
your eye.
We'll get dicked over so hard of the fine print. Yeah, whales. Holy cheeks, right? There is a hole between the cheeks, I heard. I forgot to buy Terrazul. It's harder if you break this pact? Yeah. If you go to rescue Ravengard and Will is out of the pact, Mizora will show up, force Ravengard to kneel, and then spawn explosive spiders around him. If Will is instead still in the pact, Mizora will show up, cast Freedom of Movement and Haste on Ravengard, and not spawn the spiders. You can still save him either way, it's slightly easier with Mizora helping rather than trying to stop you.
Before you ask, I ain't got none of that fun prosecco.
Oh, that's a noble inspo. Why? Okay.
Victor isn't himself, so I'm running the shop. You buying or selling? So
Is noble secretly good? I'm liking it a lot.
Business? I survived the hells when Elturel fell. Compared to that, slipping out of Moonrise was child.
Yours interim keep to themselves. There's not a lot of trust in the guild.
Actually came here for reasons I have kitties. Was it to watch the stream? My hot or cold? Noble, Guild Artisan, Soldier, my top 3 backgrounds. You know, I think I agree. Those are my top 3 as well. Look at many things. This.
Look, Mama, look! It's so pretty.
Noble, Guild Artisan, Sage are mine. I think finished run of Sage being able to carry inspo in a bag is just too good. Yeah, the Sage bankable inspo is quite nice.
Just look at her.
Didn't mean to get the Steel Washer in. Forgot that they will aggro if you do that way. Okay, mulligan. Run that one back. Non-zero chance I would have to fight Ascended Cazador on my rank run since it is a soldier inspo. How do you handle that with the Astarian thing? Because like competing.
The parasite reels in your skull.
Oh.
Something within the Steel Watcher tugs at your mind.
Roll good? No. I forgot I got Pursuit Protocol. I'm all over the place today.
What are you doing? We cannot defeat the brain without that stone.
Annoying. There. through there. Rules were changed to allow one failed quest. Gotcha. Go through there.
This calls for careful footwork.
Question for you. Playing solo, impossible challenge level curve, put to 20, what's the most creative build you can come up with? So didn't you literally ask me this yesterday? Like, and I told you I don't play with the level 20 mod, so I don't know. I feel like we had this conversation. Is being easily inspired prerequisite for being a soldier or a result? It's a good question. Could be both. Both things could be true. I'll ask Mark, another person who doesn't play with the level 20 mod? Are you expecting a different answer? How scary is that fight? Ascended Cazador? It's, it depends. It's one of those things that the level of danger is kind of on a sliding scale. As Trey had mentioned, Ritual Cazador is more dangerous because Ascended Cazador does not have the legendary action, but Ritual Cazador does. But Ascended Cazador instead has much better stats, and he's got a huge chunk of bonus necrotic damage on everything he does. His healing also is something you need to account for, but overall, Ritual Cazador is capable of doing more to you. Just Ascended Cazador is more complicated.
With haste.
I need to steal my stuff back.
Don't want to draw any attention. I know this key. It's identical to the one held by that corpse in the tunnels.
Alright, now if I ever get arrested, stuff just goes my camp. Takeaway here, and I can't believe I'm having to say this, is you will get nothing out of telling other people who don't know what you're doing, who are not you, who are separate people, to tell you how to play something that is entirely going to be based on your subjective preferences and experiences. The answer here is stop telling other people to think for you and trying to annoy them until they cave.
Interviews, politics, gossip.
count as caving? Hey, ladies, man, how are you? I should really kill that Steel Watcher, but instead I'll just,
Just look at her.
Yeah, as long as the Steel Watcher isn't standing physically next to her when I click attack, it doesn't join. That's what I messed up. What we're doing, by the way? Getting Roland's mage armor. What's the purpose of the spell safety amulet on this build? There's not much that does anything for me in the amulet slot. And having the spell save DC will improve my ability to do things like Bloodlust off of Halo of Spores in an emergency. Amulet slot is pretty dry outside of situational picks in this game. HR. Feel like there are a lot of builds. There's nothing kind of exciting in the amulet slot. Yeah, it's very, very dry. Like, you're usually picking something situational, something that is on a long rest cooldown, or something that's just kind of passive benefit that doesn't really do anything inspiring. Amulet of Greater Health can use the stats for something else. My plan to get out of low strength. So you're kind of putting yourself in the position, Zay, where you are just outsourcing your problem to another slot. You aren't getting rid of your problem by doing that. Now, a lot of the time you could get away with Amulet of Greater Health, but not in this build. Because if I were to do that, if I were to dump my con and have Amulet of Greater Health, then anytime I wild shape and exit my wild shape, I don't have any of the HP that I would have gotten from the amulet. So I'm just running around at 8 con worth of HP every time I drop my wild shape. And what that means is I functionally just still have 8 con and not 23 most of the time. Just a little. I mean, if you're depending on an elixir to band-aid you having bad strength, switching to using con amulet as a band-aid for bad constitution is just the same thing elsewhere. It's less detrimental because the amulet slot is less competitive, but when you drop your wild shape, it recalculates your HP without the amulet. Yeah, because you don't have it on when you're wild shaped. It's as if you unequipped it. But like anything that requires you to keep it equipped, you will lose it. So I can't use like the aid from Priestess Guts Necklace or from Khalid's Gift. I can't effectively use Marco Heshker, Amulet of Greater Health, because like they will be functionally re-equipped to me when I leave my wild shape, meaning they were unequipped for an amount of time.
at her.
A lot of the time, people dump strength and put it in stats to do less, and that is every stat except for dexterity. If you're dumping strength for anything other than dex, you're making your character weaker. But if you're dumping your strength for dex, why is your dex not already high? That's the flowchart. Okay, Roland's mage armor. It's 2 AC. I fly this way. Get me far. It does. I'm just built different and dump strength for charisma. I mean, no rule is absolute, but there's not really ever a reason to have bad strength in this game. Excuses RP reasons. It's a fair argument. Kind of agree, very much depends on the build. Of course, there's exceptions. Every trend and, like, loose rule. Gloves of Dexterity, bad bandage. Yes, because a glove slot is very competitive, and even when using Gloves of Dex to, instead of having good dexterity, you have to think where your stat point's going, and then also you are capping your dex lower than it could have been. Because if you're doing a build where you really want decent dexterity, then you could be running around with 20 in Act 3. Start with 17, hag hair to 18, mirror to 20. Dex gloves are weaker than that. So not only could you have more dexterity, but you could also have an open glove slot. And glove slot is crazy for your damage and your defenses. I'm doing okay today, Rathano. You know, it's... The year still is yearing, but I could be worse off. Thank you for asking. You get the Graceful Claw in the exact same map. Yeah, you could be at 20 dex already at that point. 17 plus 1 from Hag Hair, 2 from Graceful. Or 16 base to 18. Which matches Gloves of Dex. The only thing you miss out on is the +1 attack bonus. Okay, I think we can find a fight to pick now. Throat. Guess lightning makes the most sense here. hope for the next run that Quag does something where the optimal choice is lower strength. I'm leaning the next run, leaning towards the next run being a very restrictive one, so I won't be taking bad stat spreads. Does mean to do like a Thunder Wave or melee range be a crit too? No. Thunder Wave isn't an attack roll, it's not capable of critting. Would have to be an attack roll. But that would mean, you know, Bone Chill, Thorn Whip, it could be a bow, it could be a weapon, it could be a punch, it could be a wild shape attack, it could be an attack from a different wild shape. What's the point of doing honor when the companions are so damn good? I don't understand. How is that mutually exclusive with honor, Saint Dreamer? I don't understand your position. Meant doing solo? Because I enjoy challenging myself? What's the point of doing solo? Fun. Do you not play video games for fun? Also, like, let's go to my camp real quick. I have every companion except for Mince because I haven't gone there yet. So what am I missing?
I don't need any attention right now. This calls for careful footwork. On my way.
It's the stream that I saw on the VOD that exposing bite doesn't clear versus large enemies. What's going on with that? No idea. It's something that needs more research, but it's certainly interesting, isn't it? Stick around versus Steel Watchers? Maybe. It's part of what I want to find out here. So it was consumed on Seal Watcher, so it's not just being a large-sized creature. I think the actual physical hitbox needs to be bigger. Like, very big. We confirmed it on Boulette, and we confirmed it on Merkle. Total damage on the first Booming Blade. Not much. I wasn't really fully buffed. I didn't have Elemental Infusion. Wasn't illuminated for Callous Glow. Forgot to put light on my weapon. Didn't have lightning charges. Didn't have lightning blast. Didn't have psionic movement. Didn't have psionic overload, though it's immune to psychic, so that wouldn't have factored in. But it's still pretty good. Let me ask you then, who's your favorite companion? Minthara.
Better be cautious.
Does it have something to do with your character's distance from the hitbox? What if you use a reach weapon? A reach weapon shouldn't be able to benefit from it, but it may work differently than expected. Build question, what's the reason behind the Warlock level? You see all this necrotic damage? That.
Never wanted the easy path.
I heard you were disciplined by Overseer Holtz, Dread Brother.
When instructing a Gondian, my enthusiasm overtook me.
What are they without their limbs?
Indeed. I had to dispose.
According to Wiki, this condition is removed after any attack roll against the affected creature within 3 meters 10 feet. The critical hit only applies when made between 2 meters 7 feet. It means the creature effectively wasted when attacking an affected creature with an extra reach weapon for maximum range. So that wouldn't explain why why the reverse would happen. So I think the reverse happens when you are within range, but you are also considered out of the range. Because of shitboxes. So, this is all one hit, by the way. 38 bludgeoning, 11 lightning, 5 necrotic, 2 radiant, 64 piercing, 7 necrotic, 2 lightning, 2 radiant, 28 force, 8 necrotic, 2 lightning, 2 radiant, 27 force, 9 necrotic, 2 lightning, 2 radiant. That's without psionic movement, that's without psionic overload, that's still without lightning charges and lightning blast. No gaping wounds. Only piercing vuln was involved there. Didn't know about Rat Bat before like 2 weeks ago, been converted. Praise be. So confused why there are Imperial conversions in the wiki, even as an American, because I've simply never changed it from metric. Yeah, I kept it metric the entire time too. Because Imperial is stupid. Where's piercing damage coming from? Rat Bat. Advantage to playing an orc. They're such visually displeasing creatures. I mean, have you read any of the features of any of the races available to you in character creation? They all have advantages. That's kind of the point. just go for pretty waifus and play an explorer, but what's the point of that?
I have something to ask.
Anyway, take your pick.
Pretty funny, undocumented effects. Yeah, Evil Genius Panda. The Rat Bat, because of that extra instance of piercing damage, it is one of the most violently powerful weapons in the game. It is very hard for a melee weapon to come close to the Rat Bat's output. It's so good. Go for Cazador. Go for the Lightning Blast on him, I guess. Grab Speedy Light Feet. Point is fun, as you said, that's how I have fun. Yes, that is the point I was making. I know media literacy is absolutely fucking rotting in a shallow grave in 2025, but the exact point I was making was that yes, people can have their own definitions of fun. I don't know why people get so combative about this shit. If it's your own distance from their shitbox that matters, I wonder what happens if you reduce yourself. That's a good question. That could be useful. Actually, if anyone has fun different from me, my day is ruined. How dare they do their own thing on your day? Unbelievable. The gall. I can carry these now. Let's sell this to Dareth. Have a little more spending money, a little more pocket change as needed. Absolute heresy. Tell him, Yump.
Anyway, take your pick.
What feats ASIs do you have in this build? I don't take ASI, I use good feats. Jokes aside, I have Alert, and I have Tavern Brawler. Tavern Brawler is primarily for accuracy and Wolf Wild Shape, but it also gives me +1 strength to be at a natural 22 strength. Thanks to my permanent buffs. And the logic behind Alert, even though I already have good initiative, the logic behind Alert is that is initiative that applies while I am in my Wild Shape. So, like, I don't get this +2 from Ballast while I'm a wolf. But I'm still running around a +11 in wolf shape, thanks to having Alert and Feral Instinct, and I still have the +3 dex bracket while in wolf form, because of Hag Hair. Might even be +4, actually. So if I Speedy Light Feet, need a good test target for pulling off a good Lightning Blast. Maybe I just do it to Cazador anyway. Cazador is not a rat bat target, though. We gotta do this for him. That would make some sense. Alright, let's get Hell access. Build's worth taking ASI in your opinion? You can make a case for ASI in situations where you are getting multiple forms of scaling off of that stat. And that stat is a casting stat. I do not consider ASI worth it on strength, ever. If I ever do it, it's for memes. It's almost never valuable on Constitution, other than, again, for memes. You can make very specific edge case arguments for ASI on Dexterity if the only thing you care about is raw damage output, and you already are taking Dual Wielder and Alert. So that would be a setup that has 3 feats, that doesn't care about defenses at all, ever. And some people play archers that way, so sure, you can make a case there. Why is Cazador not a rat bat target? He's immune to the second part. It's not magical piercing. Back to ASIs. You can make a case for Charisma ASI on a Hexblade, but again, that would require you tunneling. At least I think it's not magical. Trade if you're here, fact check me. That would require you tunneling your feats and not taking useful things still. That would mean you're not taking Alert, you're not taking Tough, you're not taking Shield Master. Doesn't Ballast override immunity? So I still don't consider it a good idea, but for Hexblade specifically, Charisma is your spell save DC, it's your damage on Agonizing Blast if you're doing that, it is bonus damage on your Spectres, on their attacks, it's accuracy and damage with your Pact Weapon, it's also the usual of its dialogues, its vendor prices. Charisma has a lot of different functionality in that specific instance. You could make a case for Wisdom or Intelligence ASIs on relevant casters if you are focused on spell save DC above all else, because before level 6 or access to Arcane Acuity gear, increasing your casting stat is not a bad call if you were concerned with your spell save DC specifically. But by the time you have access to Acuity, by the time you have access to Act 3 gear, you don't ever need to have a good casting stat. Like, I could get this 11 DC that I have right now from my -1 Charisma. I could get this up to a point where nothing in the game can save against my effects, if I wanted to, without increasing my Charisma past 8. So, why would I care? You're a cutie? No, you.
Welcome thee to the a most excellent decision. Coy.
Was it fixed in patch 8? Another case of Wiki being wrong, despite the description enemies are resistant or immune to piercing damage so affected by Aura of Murder. That's the Wiki misinterpreting how resistance and vulnerability work. Resistance and vulnerability are on a sliding scale of you're either +1, you're neutral, or you're -1. There are specific exceptions to how certain things work, and Ballast Aura of Murder is an exception in the opposite direction from how you're interpreting it to work. What I mean by that is, if you're fighting, let's say you're fighting the Ballists in the bank, they all have Aura of Murder, right? If you turn on Blade Ward, your Blade Ward overrides the priority of their Aura of Murder, and unlike every other interaction, it doesn't cancel out to neutral, you keep your resistance. So not only does Aura of Murder not get rid of resistance in all cases. It does nothing to immunities. Starting to watch your Bladesinger run. I have a question. How do you have 6 charges of Bladesong? Sorry, my question's stupid. It's not stupid at all. That run was Bladesinger Reforged mod. The mod is out now. It's been out for a week or two now. Great mod. Highly recommended. But back to the resistance topic. This is why Arsonist Oil works the way it does. Arsonist Oil does not do what it says it does. It does not change fire resistance to fire vulnerability, because that's not how the game can work. What it does is it reduces your fire resistance by 1 stage. So this is why it'll turn a fire resistant target into a fire neutral target. But if you apply Arsonist Oil to someone who's fire resistant, and their resistance wears off, Arsonist Oil is still applying a -1 penalty to their resistance. So they go from neutral to vulnerable. And that is not at all how it says it works. What's the most efficient way to remove their wet status? Either you apply Arsonist Oil on the last turn of wet, and you let it time out, or you use Destroy Water.
Has authentic infernal objects.
You could also freeze them.
Might be worth a look.
Like, if you apply Chilled, then you apply Wet, then you apply Arsonist Oil, and then you remove the freeze. That could also work, but I would say the most efficient is either Time or Destroy Water. Transmuter Stone with prep is quick also. Yes, I do like that method. Transmutation Wizards at level 6 can make a Transmuter Stone, which can be all sorts of benefits. You can only have 1 active at a time. Hey, Sailor Cat, how are you? One of the stone options you have is one that gives whoever has the stone in their inventory fire resistance. So what you can do is you can make one of those, put it in someone's inventory. They have fire res while they have it. That makes them a valid Arsonist Oil target. So you apply the oil, and then making a new stone is a free action. Doesn't cost you action, bonus action, reaction, nothing. You can just do it. So what you can then do is make a new stone, which destroys the one in their inventory, removes their res, takes them move all.
Your esteemedness return. Well, well.
Why can't I do bloodbending with Destroy Water and just wither anybody I want? I'm sure there's a mod for that.
My more curated selection. Now.
Don't know exactly how it works. There's some tech to use a fire arrow and a water surface to create a steam cloud that gets them wet just while they're in it and knock them out of it. That's a good option too. The way you would make a steam cloud is by you combine a water surface and a fire surface. The order of application doesn't matter, it's just you need a water surface to be introduced where a fire surface is, or vice versa. So that's probably the most efficient, provided you have the means of setting that up. Just destroy water on a humanoid, turn them into withers. I guess an option that I have is, because I have explosive blood, unstable blood, I could have someone hit me, which makes a flammable blood surface, and then I could put a candle into it, and then I could drop a water bottle into that fire surface, making a steam cloud, which would make anyone who's inside of it who steps in wet. But if you are where the steam cloud was created, when it was created, you have the 3-turn wet. So you would need to make the cloud somewhere, move someone into it, and then move them out of it.
Anything of use?
Ornate chest is no match for Borkfoot. Borkfoot sounds like a disease of some kind.
Signing the devil's contract is an impulsive error. Do not seek to correct one mistake with another.
I don't hear the Emperor. As the figure flickers,
But yet... Now whisper your questions, little wretch. But really quiet and very clever. Concentrate.
Matter. She gave me the disguise because I agreed to help her.
The rat.
Perhaps if you agree to bring House with the gloves, then renege on that later after getting back. You can just pick an intimidation option if you've killed Raphael and be like, yeah, what are you gonna do about it? And she'll be like, you know, I'm not crazy. Enjoy those. Let me know if you want to shop. You can also simply just never tell her you have the gloves and it'll be fine.
Seems simple enough.
Like the Quag memorized this many item layout, chooses not to with the crush. I accidentally got it on this run, Nico, first try. I was very upset.
Infernal gem seeding in its cage, protecting the secrets. Don't mind if I do.
You unintentionally remembered Grade's method of the clockwise alphabetical or whatever it was. No, I picked it random and it happened to be right.
Over here!
I don't think I'm gonna bother grabbing the amulet. I just don't want it. Probably an angle where I can still get away with that, but I'll just fly around. Do I want actual DR against Harlep? I suppose I do. Try to sneak past him to get to the bathwater. So I want to do, Draconic Elemental Weapon on a couple things. I doubt we use Shadow Blade. I should probably buff it in case. Plan on this mostly being a Trident of the Waves and Ratbat show.
These boots have seen everything. That's curious. Wonder if the gods are watching me.
Alright, I'll go to the bathroom, we'll start buffing up.
What's that?
Alright, I'm back. Hello. Trying to Shadow Blade his teeth over here. If you acquire all possible experience on the Nautiloid, which includes killing us after freeing them, not recommended, you will gain a total of 601 experience, being 301 experience towards level 3 when you wake up on the beach. Is that... I know you said all possible, but just covering my bases here, Rathanel. That's including, all 3 of the Cambions, freeing Recruiting Shadowheart, and I'm assuming no inspiration points gained? Yes? Yeah, so I think there's multiple routes to getting level 3 before that first Grove fight if you wanted to ensure additional consistency, because level 3 there is significant depending on your class choice. Didn't find any inspos. You might be able to get Acolyte, reviving an ally, but that one might not actually enable until the beach. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. In theory, Dirge and Acolyte have both ones you can get on the Nautiloid, but yeah. What about multiplayer and getting an extra imp? That too. Is there no way to get the soldier multi-kill inspo? I guess in theory, if you dragged the imps all into a fight together with the Hellsboars, you could pull it off, maybe? Like, maybe if you had the imps from the first room with us, like hostile us, and the other Intellect Devourer that us will jump you with. If you had all of them together, you could blow up a barrel and kill them all. So yeah, Acolyte, Dirge, Soldier, theoretically each have inspos you could get on the Nautiloid. You might be able to get the criminal one for murdering someone if you murder Shadowheart, maybe, but probably not. But yeah, getting level 3 before that first grove fight is appealing, because if you pick Gloomstalker or... Does Swashbuckler get their increase at 3 or 4? Let me look. I think theirs at level 3. So Swashbuckler and Gloomstalker get initiative increases at level 3. Meaning you could guarantee yourself a place in the turn order, and that's not normally possible at that point. I guess the other way is you get really lucky and get a Vigilance Elixir somewhere, which is also technically possible. Add some inspiration seeking to my Nautiloid science. Ooh, thank you for testing.
Better not be cursed. Never a dull moment.
I have gotten a Vigilance Elixir off the campaigns. So yeah, you're looking at either that or being a Swash or Gloom. Anything else I want to buff up? Maybe Hellfire Great Axe, maybe Flame Blade. And we'll do Flame Blade. Two campaigns can drop a lot of things. Yeah, I've gotten like many target arrows off of them. I think I've gotten diminution elixirs too. I knew I'd eventually regret selling Hold Monster Scrolls. Just get the desired outcome, I guess.
Breathe quiet. Move with care.
A lot. Why are you here? You...
Swift as my feet can carry me.
Succeeded the save. That's where Spores comes in handy. The real question is whether or not the Camden and Zulk are worth the opportunity cost. 45 to 75 minutes of time in the low end, potentially much more if you keep Karmic Dice disabled. We'll go in the safe route to kill them. I think it's the kind of thing that you consider in intensely restrictive runs where that first grove fight is a concern, because that's the only point where, like, getting that XP actually matters. It doesn't get you past any other breakpoints because you always have other options. Hey, Nari. Just so it stops asking. I could Hex or I could Psionic Overload here. I guess Hex. I can even wait another turn and get Psionic Overload going too, but not greedy. But that's greedy. It should be pretty big. Is that the Myrmidon Trident? Yeah. Not bad. That's with resisted cold damage. No Callous Glow, none of my psychic stuff, still no lightning charges, etc. I guess I could edit this command. Edit build two Druid 9 Giant Barbarian X-Blade Warlock Alert Tavern Brawler.
I'll strike you down.
I'll save DC. Nice there. Diamond Strike. Okay. I don't think that's what it says. Just Mew and Asteroid, etc., etc. Yeah. We go Lightning Blast Viconia? That sounds fun, right? Do I actually run the Sparks Wall here? And open with Create Water? Blast the thing to bits. I go Speedy Light Feet. Might be able to burn luck at the Far Realms here. I don't actually care about Sign of Dominance, it's not coming back. Oh, no Callous Glow because she has Radiant Retort. Not that it would really affect me much, but playing to it. Let's go over the gear here. Raider Flesh because we're critting. Vicious Shortbow because we're critting. Ratbat. Speedy Light Feet. Do I go Water Sparkers or Speedy Light Feet here? Like... Probably want Helmet of Grid. Guess I need an actual target. Okay, I healed the hookah. So, if I Speedy Light Feet, dash for 3, drop to 2, dash for 3, 5 charge Lightning Blast. If I Water Sparkers, what do I get? 3 at the start of the turn, 3 at the start of the next turn, reducing, same result, but no actions consumed. If I open with Create Water, which I plan on doing, Water Sparkers make more sense. Place with Hyman Strike, see if anyone noticed.
To be gone
You just have a bunch of gamers being like, what's that?
Without hope's disguise.
Ah, yes, without Hope's Disguise. Sure. don't know what to tell you guys. I'm very obviously without Hope's disguise right now. It's fine, I can dolly port out. So, like, this is why I do not trust Hope's disguise ever. I think it was wild shaping that broke it in this instance. Even though I had the fucking thing equipped. The portrait hashiers and sidebars, that us? Yes, visual bug. I used us to get out of the lantern. Or the lamp in, the vaults. Genie lamp, yeah.
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine. I'll strike you down. Should mind my
Yeah, annoying that the House of Hope is now aggroed, but we have the technology.
Ding, anything you want to say? Don't.
It's been a long day. I'll need to rest soon.
Is that fine with your contract intact? I think it's leaving that's not fine. I mean, I could try going back in. What even happens to someone who gets killed in the Avernus? I imagine that they're dead. Probably. You even enter back? I'm pretty sure it's leaving that causes the issue, rather than entering, but let's test. Can you dolly port out of the genie lamp? You don't want the visual bug? Probably. Making a quick save backup. Because we science and yeah, I just can't click on that.
Ding, anything you want to say? Don't.
At least the Pixie about to become the best button in the game. I mean, I've been using this tech for a while. The Dolly Thrice has been incredibly useful for a very long time. What's that VFX on me? Is that Helmet of Grit? Yeah, it is. Neat. No long strider for a little bit. This is where having 10 wisdom would have been fine. But transmuter port is also a thing. True. Your resonance zone early jump and dolly boarding? Yes, but if you load a save in Act 2 after that point, you will spawn in the Mind Flayer colony. So if you have the Pixie Blessing active, then you're trapped. So you need to make sure you don't save your game in Act 2 anymore.
Can't risk being in open view. Wonder if the gods are watching me.
Yeah, I can Alien Fusion off of an inanimate object. That works out fine. What do I hit? I guess I could hit a Crawling Mucus next to Viconia, but like I could risk paralyzing myself. I'm still not on an elixir at all. Maybe I do run Guilepull? Maybe I run... Lightning Rest? I don't need a Paralyzer. Should run Colossus. Should I need Burn It a Craft? We're going for a very big Booming Blade here.
Something's on my mind. This vessel is this.
I guess the problem is Viconia is sanctuaried
What to do?
to begin with, so I should really be targeting one of the Crusaders with this. That's fine. Hey, Sage.
All's well that ends not as this vessel. All right, time to skulk about. Need to find a way forward, just out of view.
Here.
There is no fear, failing night singer. Lady Shah watches our every step.
Scammed. It's not how that's supposed to go. Let's get a reset here. I'd rather just not be scammed. Dash cap already. Let's not be scammed. Need to make sure it's on even terrain.
Any attention right now. That's a friendly looking shadow.
It's okay, it was just a first level Create Water, didn't pop anything crazy. We'll do it to you. Cat, stop trying to jump on my desk. Okay, so the booming blade. You weren't supposed to die. It's not what I wanted. The enemies don't have enough health. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so next turn, it's Lightning Blast, Psionic Overload, Luck of the Far Realms Booming Blade. Was it bad the enemy died? Because I'm trying to set up a one-shot. I could Terrazul Symbiotic Entity. A little more, but drop in the bucket. Okay, let's see how much we did there. I gotta hurt myself this turn. Not that much. 21 Thunder, 44 Bludgeoning. I didn't have Ballast Armor on for Vuln there, unfortunate, but it's whatever. 24 Lightning, 6 Necrotic, 14 Psychic, 24 Piercing, 4 Necrotic, 10 Lightning, 16 Psychic, 22 Force, 9 Necrotic, 4 Lightning, 6 Psychic, 42 Lightning. 5 Necrotic, 14 Psychic, 26 Force, 4 Necrotic, 4 Lightning, 4 Psychic, 52 Lightning, 8 Necrotic, 14 Psychic, and then another 16 Lightning. So, how much was this? 65? 89? 95, 109, 133, 37, 47, 163, 185, 194, 198, 204, 246, 251, 265, 291, 295, 299, 303, 355, 363, 377, 393 damage. 393 damage rat bat hit. Would have broken 400 if I had remembered to equip ballast armor. Could have also... Arabasan's gift could have applied vulnerability to the bludgeoning part as well. Let's calc theoretically. If I had bludgeoning and piercing vuln applied, what did I say, 393 is what we had? So that would have been another 24. So, 417, and another 44. 461. If I hadn't been scared of Radiant Retort on Viconia, I could have had extra 2 Radiant on each instance here, which would have been, what, 1, 2... 3... No. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and an extra 16. In this hypothetical, I had Karabasan's gift applied, so I could have had Formless Slaughter for an extra 1 on each instance. That would have been 1... that would have been another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 16, and then 18. Bit of Terrazul to swap my helmet out for horns for another 2 on each, so that's another 16. Yeah, we could have broken 500 damage. 500 damage with 1 Rat Bat swing is possible, even without applying vulnerability to the Force, Necrotic, and Radiant bonus damage. I need to focus on the not dying in this fight. Okay. How fast am I? Not very. So yeah, we did just under 400, and the ceiling with everything I can think of going into that right now. Just over 500. If I somehow had... if I had been pre-shapeshifted into Gith, we could have had Boots of Psionic Movement going as well. Which would have been an extra 2d4 times 2 psychic damage on every instance that is part of the weapon, so that would be on 4 instances. 2d4 times 2, 4 of those. Would Dinosaur win over Hex here? Dinosaur would probably win over Hex, but like, how would we get the Dino here? I mean, I guess this we would just do this theoretical in Rivington instead of here. Dino probably wins over Hex, yeah. The question is by how much? 5 on every instance. I had 8 instances. Because 2 from the bat, 2 from Craterus, 1 lightning burst on each one. So 8 instances. 5 extra on each. Vuln on half. Vuln on 6 of the 8. Yeah, Horny wins. Probably swap to Martial Bravery over Horns and Theoretical. True. Because that would be an extra 2 that goes into everything that also goes on the Vuln. So I think with Horns, Psionic Movement, Mating Frenzy, Callous Glow, Formless Slaughter, Karabasan's Gift. I think with all of that in place, that cracks 600. I don't think, even with a max Lightning Burst, because that wasn't max, that was what, a 5 charge burst instead of a 7? Even with a 7 charge burst, I don't think you crack 700 on this. Maybe if you included Prepare swapping as well, and we're starting to get into, like, weird territory of, like, I don't think you actually can pull that off. But maybe with Prepare swapping and, like, better rolls, maybe you could get into the 700s. So this does mean that it is theoretically possible to, as a solo character, one-shot a Raphael worth of HP. Not Raphael himself, because we don't currently know of a way to get Mating Frenzy going in a map that he's in. I guess maybe if you did it and hit him while he was in Sharessa's Caress, he wouldn't actually die, but you could do the damage. Fun stuff. I hope that was enjoyable. We're gonna actually go kill them all now. So I go in Gith mode. No. No need. I could Horns here over Baldurin. Sure. Bloodlust. I want Psionic Overload back. The fact that Shadow Strike can be half of that is something, yeah.
These boots have seen everything.
Yeah, still having plus 11 initiative in Wolf Shape is really, really nice.
Don't waste a step.
Let's go for the other Crusader. Konya, you're no fun. Oh well. I can still Thorn Whip you through Sanctuary. Here. You're telling me that the idea is to step 1, go to a circus, step 2, irritate the genie till he banishes you to a far-off continent, step 3, find a dinosaur on said continent, lure it back through the portal. No, you don't lure it back through the portal. You turn into you piss off a pixie by using a bell that it gave you for saving its life, and then you insult it, so it turns you into an animal, which gives you the ability to teleport back to the other continent, and the dinosaur magically goes with you. Then you bring it to the brothel, and then you pick a fight with something, so the dinosaur then makes you horny with its pheromones, and then you hit the devil. Didn't know you could do that. Watching you play makes me realize how much of a noob I am. There's always more to learn about the game, Sarah J. That's why a lot of us are here. I'm always learning stuff every day too. Constantly. This game is far too big for anyone to know even a majority of things about it. Always a student, you know? Dance Macabre would be really funny here. It'd be very bad for my health, though. Jake, can you... I'm trying to get him to not jump on my desk, and he's very adamant that he wants to. Try provoking an opportunity attack from Myconia next turn, I suppose. Brother. Those for the camera.
Death won't take me yet.
You in the water? Kinda need you in the water. Okay, well, you're not in the water, but it's fine. Oh, hey, there we go. Hit me. Thank you. I think he wants food, so. Pat. I'm going on a trip. have him over my shoulder right now, and he's just purring.
Do you hear something? I believe there's a Kevin near you.
The motor is running, yeah. Okay, so I get crit on you. Nowhere near the last hit, but still pretty good.
Resurgence.
Only down to 55. To 30. Only dead. The Moon Lantern down there so they can't auto step directly here. And we close the door. Nice use of better fireball. Thank you. We even got some use out of Armor of Agathis that I didn't expect. What does the lantern do here? So I just said, they can't teleport into illuminated areas. The shadow step, they could only go that far. They couldn't go that far because it's bright there. Sorry, I just came back. Welcome back. Ace spores are still there. Could make it. You get a level 4 armor bag, it's only the tip though. Elixir. Not bad. It's toxic. I like that idea.
Swift as my feet can carry me.
That was an intensely stylish finish.
Always room for more.
But yeah, your daily reminder that the House of Grief is easy. It's always been easy. They nerfed it for the benefit of people who are still having those same problems, because introspection is key and gamers can't do that for shit. There is no shame in finding an encounter difficult. The shame lies in complaining at the developer to get it nerfed instead of figuring out why you're struggling. Get our crit immunity back on. What do I like for this slot? Indecisive. Nerfing the House of Grief I can understand. It's nerfing it in Honor I don't understand. Right. That is what I mean specifically. I will amend my statement to that. That is an important distinction to make. How much different do you think the House of Grief would be if more players use the inspect feature in reading? I think people would find it more fun. And there wouldn't be like a weekly Reddit thread complaining about it being too hard.
I have a lot on my mind.
How... Aren't you a sight for sore eyes? Oh.
Like, that's the point of Honor mode. It's supposed to be more difficult than Tactician. Yeah. But they nerfed it on all difficulties. Multiple times. To the point where some of it's just funny. Like Viconia's Divine Intervention hurts her more than it helps her now. Which you can make an argument, sure, that's narratively interesting because she has lost Char's favor in some capacity, so like, okay. But then combine that with, you know how the Darkness spell lasts 10 turns? The Sharans here arbitrarily have one that lasts 2 turns. Like, that same Darkness spell used to last 10 turns, and it used to do damage when applied, which, sure, I get nerfing the damage thing. Fine, whatever. But it lasts 2 turns now? That's less than Darkness arrows. Radiant Retort is almost completely absent from Act 3 now. Like, I don't mind the idea of reining in the difficulty for people who are more focused on the narrative experience, on those difficulties designed for that. That is totally valid, and in fact, that is a good decision. Because difficulty selection is accessibility, and I am one of those people who believes that every game should have multiple difficulty options, and that if your game is not designed in a way that accommodates that, that's a failure of game design. That said, I don't feel like difficulty reductions should be applied to the highest difficulty at the behest of people who couldn't read their way out of a 3rd grade spelling bee. That part bugs me.
It can't be. Another vile trick.
Any other encounter that's been nerfed as frequently as House of Grief? I can't think of one.
There is no trick. It's her. Jennifer. Jen. Our little girl.
Moon Maiden's grace. It is you.
I'm here to get you out of here. They're all gone.
Her abs, man. Holy shit. I'm not even paying attention to the cutscene. Did you see those? Look at them. Like, I know they say you could grind meat on those, but, like, you actually could.
It is not over. You see, it matters not if you raise this place. If you slay every one of your brothers and sisters.
House of Grief's probably the easiest boss fight in Act 3, isn't even close. I don't know if I'd go that far, because, like, Dirge Orin is a meme of a fight, right? Like, it's very, Leroican got nerfed a bunch. Not as much as House of Grief, but Leroican's pretty easy, too.
You will make things worse for yourself. And for them.
Quag stream drinking game, take a shot each time Quag doesn't shower before a cutscene. Listen, the blood adds to the effect. Look at her. Look at her. I'm jealous of that blood. Auntie Evel's pretty easy. Yeah, I would say so. Provided you're aware of what she can do, which, for the most part, you can be. I will say with Ethel, some of her spell upgrades are a surprise. Like, she has a different spell list than she did in Act 1, and you can't inspect to see those ahead of time. So, like, Act 3 Ethel could be like, hey, I'm gonna try to polymorph you now. And it's like, oh, well, I don't want that to work. Her having Insect Plague is like... But, yeah, I would say that Ethel is more towards the Dirge Orin and House of Grief side than, like, the Cazador Raphael side. Raphael can be easy, too. You can trivialize everything, but, you know, sliding scale of how easy that is to do.
Victory. Your victory is...
Still likes to cast the Featherfall scroll I sold her in Act 1. Yeah, you could sell her Featherfall, Color Spray, Darkness, Expeditious Retreat, and kind of lock down her actions pretty effectively. It's very fun.
And our duty is almost done.
Eloquently put. His mind stood up well to his time here. This is my...
Shah's parting.
Your companion understands. And she will still be with you. By the Moon Maiden's grace, we'll never
This is your choice.
I didn't come this far just to give up at the final hurdle. We're leaving this place together. I'm going to take care of you.
Our time has passed, Jennifer. You must not let us burden you.
Sold the spider egg to Roa once and saw her use it in the Nine Fingers fight in Act 3. That's fun.
I think I know where my willful side comes from now.
But...
Hush, Arnel. Jen wants her family. Jen shall have her family. How can we help, dear?
Never seen Char make this decision. Yeah, so Shadowheart and Gale both have, like, pretty interesting behind-the-scenes point systems for their autonomy. Shadowheart has 2 different point systems. Gale has 1. Well, Gale kind of has a second one, it just doesn't really work. But basically, doing certain things, whether it's having certain dialogues or, you know, doing certain things, will influence what they're willing to do. With Shart, the point system for what decision she makes here is dependent on you having 3 specific conversations with her in the upper city map.
Good. Very.
We do carrion with Flame Blade. That sounds fun. Something like this. Maybe this. Let's go get Wave Mother's Cloak, I think. Go there too. Upper City, I'm presuming you mean Remington. No, did I say Upper City? I meant Lower City. And by Lower City, I mean Lower City. I mean this map. This one.
Sorry, are you here for a waves?
There's enough offerings in here for a trip to the vault.
I was just about to thanks.
Praise her for this most holy death.
Would you put up? Not as you, supplicant. Yes. Rage and rebel against the. If a rusting pollute finds the master of the.
Glorious wave. Pour fury upon the beast responsible for this injustice.
So the cloak in that chest is deceptively good. It's another of those instances where the game isn't quite telling you how great something is. But the Wave Mother's Cloak is effectively a double strength cloak of protection with built-in reverse rain cloak, but no downsides. But only in combat and as long as you don't take damage. So it is 2 AC at the start of each of your turns. 2 AC plus 2 to saving throws. Immunity to burning. Resistance to fire. You do not get the cold and lightning vuln that wet normally gives either. So I'll have 30 AC when combat starts. Currently.
Shouldn't have wished you were very interested.
No persistence here. Care about Devout here. Yeah, that's just kind of fine. Take a surprise round. Mighty Katie, how are you? A little cheeky, but... I said a little cheeky butt. I don't need to waste Hexblade's Curse or anything here. Need a mod to de-cheekify that emote. I often forget that Booming Blade does things. I'm just like, hey, it's the do more damage button. I forget to play around the actual, hey, you move, you boom thing. Not called Boring Blade for nothing. That's true. May as well keep weaponizing Halo spores like this. Purposes are good, turns out. You know what? Own fire damage.
Here goes nothing.
A lot of thrown fire damage. Preaching Pike Staff's a pretty decent weapon. +2, piercing, bonus force. Not particularly, flashy, but it's a decent weapon. If you got this in Act 2, I think it would be very, very good. Because, think of it as Halberd of Vigilance, minus the effect, but in a better damage type. And it can apply, gaping wounds.
No traps, please.
Can it breach this? Probably.
That's curious. Suicide. A necromantic ritual, perhaps. I'll give it a shot.
What else can we, be flashy against? Should I go test exposing bite on the big stupid dragon to confirm if it works the way we hope it does? Because dragons might be different, as Mustard pointed out, due to their hitboxes being proxies. Scorching Strike crit against Carrion? I could. Exposing Bite applies even if I don't successfully do damage. Problem is I need him prone. Maybe I open combat with an Ice Storm, try to knock him prone that way. Then I get up next to him, Wild Shape, bite him, drop Wild Shape, Scorching Strike. Yeah, that's probably how I handle that. Suppose that makes sense. I don't want Drake Throat Lightning for Big Stupid Dragon, though. Suppose it doesn't really matter, because his DR is gonna eat whatever bonus I pick. Realistically. I don't have Lightning Rust. I don't. See if Brenna can make that. What's the goal of Amulet of the Devout here? What's the spell save DC important for? Important for? Nothing. Relevant for? I stuck a hold monster on Harlep earlier off a scroll, and sometimes I'll Halo Spores to try to snipe a kill on something and get Elixir Bloodlust going. But, like, there's not much that helps me in Amulet slot here. Lightning Blast from the Blast Pendant is incredible, but that's once per long rest. I suppose I could Amulet of Branding to apply Bludgeoning Vuln once per long rest. Amulet of Ball doesn't work in Honor mode. Things like Absolute's Talisman and Khalid's Gift, the aid would wear off when I Wild Shape. Broodmother's Revenge is weak because it replaces other coatings, which are usually better. Elemental Augmentation does not work on Booming Blade. I'm not doing ranged stuff for Spine Shutter Amulet to happen. Like, it's all situational stuff. So I may as well take something that has some sort of tangible passive value. Thought Broodmothers specifically wouldn't replace coatings you place on it. Yeah, it's not about them replacing the coatings, it's that it's mutually exclusive with other coatings. So, like, it won't override, but, like, if I'm not overriding my other coatings with it, it's not doing anything. And Broodmother's Revenge being, assuming I max roll a crit, being 12 poison damage. Okay, fine. But a purple worm toxin with Hexblade's Curse is up to 13 poison damage every time I hit without having to crit. I could Oil of Accuracy improve my hit rate, Oil of Sharpness improve my hit rate and my damage. I could Crawler Mucus, which with Ratbat they have to save against twice to avoid getting paralyzed. Lightning Burst and Booming Blade. Let me try to scroll up. We hit. You must have been AFK for a bit, Nemesis. We hit a 300 and was it 394? Was that the number? It was 390 something total damage. Booming Blade in the House of Grief. $397. Thank you, Rathana. Was this the one? No. I think it was this one. Yeah, it is this one. Here it is. Oh, what the Far Realms. See the lighting bursts happening? Listening with one of your tests and stuff out. No, nothing to apologize for. But, yeah, we hit Lightning Blast on a Booming Blade with Crater Flesh. Psionic Overload. That was without Boots of Psionic Movement. It was without Callous Glow. It could have also been a bigger Lightning Blast, because that was 5 charge Lightning Blast instead of 6 or 7. We also were only applying vulnerability to Lightning. So we weren't doubling up our bludgeoning or piercing damage. I wasn't using a chest slot piece that increased my damage, so that could have been Formless Slaughter for a lot more. My headpiece wasn't increasing my damage either. Basically, we theorized that with the setup that I had chosen, we could have gotten it into the 600s. With swapping out Hex for Horny Dino, maybe get into the 7s.
This vessel is this.
No one stopped me yet.
Always forget you have to do that one manually. Amulet proving its value more and more. Or rather, Booming Blade is. No, it's the Amulet. That didn't necessarily have to be Booming Blade. Could have taken that even farther if I had access to Thunderous Smite. But having access to Thunderous Smite is generally not a feasible build thing, because it requires either making a questionable Magical Secrets pick, or having Paladin levels, which is also questionable.
Never a dull moment. This vessel is at thy Don't waste a step. Have a lot on my mind, and, well, in it.
Working out last 2 levels for my build, can't decide between 2 Druid or 1 Hexblade, 1 Nature Cleric, or 2 Sorcerer, rest is 10 Lore Bard. 2 Druid for stars keeps your Hex completely stable, which is very, very welcome, obviously. You also pick up Shillelagh that way, so you wouldn't need to go for Nature Cleric. I assume the appeal of Nature Cleric is Shillelagh plus heavy armor proficiency. 2 Sorcerer gives you infinite spell slots, and you have extended spell for longer duration on infusion, more lighting charges with 1 hit. You have Twin Hex. You have... That's basically what's relevant. Hexblade is just damage. Like, it's a lot of damage, but it's just damage. Whereas the other options give you more mechanics to mess around with, if you ask me. I think I would go either the Sorcerer direction or the Druid direction, personally. You could have Druid and Sorcerer if you didn't do Lore Bard. I suppose that's an angle to mention. You could do, like, 9 Druid, 2 Sorcerer, 1 Hexblade. Still have full spell progression. Still get access to all the spells. You pick up Hex and Agathis from the Hexblade level. You would get Contagion from Druid. You could have Stars features if you wanted that, or go Spores for Halo to do action economy stuff. 2 Sorcerer levels for meta magic. You would still have all that, but obviously that's very different from what you were planning.
I am Ansel. Ansel. You and Ness.
Big stupid dragon. Thank you. So that's showing 100, that's showing 96. This is the kind of thing where I should be doing this on a testing save to try multiple outcomes. Let's hit on the 100 and see. Okay, it was appropriately consumed there. I'm wondering what would happen if I did it on the percentage. Should I crash my game and test? I did just save. Why Hexblade route is appealing is it frees up my level 6 magical secrets, and of course, Sorc economy is on another level. You're taking Hex and Agathis, if not gotten from Hexblade. Yeah, why not? Yeah, alright, let's try it. Science mode. Yeah, like, you can pick up Contagion at Druid 9 instead of Bard 10. If you wanted to include Druid levels. Remember, for Retaliation, Bard isn't providing anything unique, it's just unique in that you can get stuff from different places while pure classed. The 921 gets you everything that you get from the 6-2, except while also giving you Hexblade stuff. And you don't need to learn Fire Shield. You can just use scrolls. Fire Shield doesn't have upcast benefits, so there's no real need to learn it. And there's also multiple pieces of gear that give Fire Shield. Expertise, I suppose, if you plan to use Dueler a lot. Yeah, I suppose that's what you would get from Bard. Alright, Exposing Bite. Let's click on the 96. See if that changes anything. Nope, still consumed. So the next thing to test, and I'm not going to bother testing that right now, I don't think, would be if moving farther away allows it. Because this worked against Boulette and Merkel. We need to figure out what they have in common. Answer is not actually one hitbox, it's worth mentioning. Several. This is why effects like Scabby Pugilist Circlet work on Answer by himself. Didn't elixir, but I don't have to think about that. Big actor. I mean, you could. Dueler and Hexblade's Curse adds a lot. By the time this is relevant, there's most of the time only one enemy needs dying, the rest can be dealt with Agathis Fire Shield. Yeah, like, you could still do Dueler stuff, it's just, what is it, a DC 15 performance? What's the DC on it? Like, Expertise does a lot. That's +8 on it. But you could conceivably have Shapeshifter's Boon going. D4. If we're talking Act 3, you could have Rapture going for this too. A human versatility to give you performance proficiency at the very least. So that's another +4. 15? Okay, so you could have +4 and then plus 1d6, then plus 1d4. That's human versatility, Rapture, Shapeshifter's Boon. Getting further than that, kind of difficult. So there's a failure rate without expertise. I don't know how much charisma you have. That would hurt you helps too. Yeah, it's just a matter of, would you have access in this hypothetical 9-2-1 split? Because no cleric. And this is half orc, not Zariel Tiefling. Yeah, Zariel Tiefling W, of course. "45 minutes. Gotta get to work. See you later, Nemesis." Guess I could grab Hellrider Longbow from Ferg. Maybe I use that on Cazador. Cazador. No lightning burst on him. What do I use instead? I could Silver Sword on him, that'd be funny. Wouldn't be particularly good, but it would be funny. I could just Ratbat anyway, and just not care about anything.
These wretches have nowhere to go. Alas, you can't eat grandmother's ashes. Nor can you easily trade a golden...
You can't eat grandmother's asses.
A tragedy, really. Perhaps you are cannier than I first gave credit to be. I have some very special wares reserved for exclusive clientele. But I think you've earned a peek.
I could try Trident the Waves on Cazador. Meh. I think Dwarven Thrower crit would be not nothing. If Hodor means hold the door, what Cazador means, you gotta cast at the door. Chasm the door? Yeah, yeah. Going like this. Universal Res. Sunbeam. Bloodlust. I feel like plus 13 is enough. We'll open by sunbeaming to hit a bat. Are the bats spawned dead by default? They may not be. I'm gonna Quasit. Which one is... Oh, this one is the shuffle one. So we'll use this one.
Refugees. Just like that.
Big lady. Big lady. No joke, his name's literally just Hunter. Yeah, no. I knew the actual thing. And I only know that because the most infamous enemy in Fallout New Vegas is a venomous bug called a Cazador. And I knew the name from there.
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
Don't stop blowing up. What are you doing? Venom.
It's like the door to the ballroom ups the ring.
Which saxes were options as instruments? No, no sax for you.
Let's see.
Czar means shit in Hungarian, so he's a shit hunter. Whose nickname was that? Fess up.
Is that blood? No, never mind. How much further can I go?
Keep you up here then.
Looking ahead. This calls for careful footwork.
Should go take care of Chatterteeth first, but like, what if I just didn't? That'd be crazy, right? Or a way to add Draconic Elemental Affinity to melee attacks like Booming Blade, etc.? No, Draconic Elemental Affinity sucks. This is, why Empowered Evocation is just, better. One of the reasons, anyway. It was bound to happen eventually, but it still hurts. Still got the paralysis at least. Fine, deploy Mucus Ratbat. Yeah, if things are going wrong, I always got my Mucus, right?
Sometimes the only way out is through.
Make absolutely certain that I don't get shitboxed there. I didn't say you could be not paralyzed, Cazador. JD, gotcha, Glenny. That's my cabin right there. Figuring out if I can do anything interesting with my reaction. I don't think I can. I mean, I guess I could make him wet. He didn't save. Just need to succeed a con save here. I have pretty good constitution.
Get back here, Shocker! Shocker! You can't escape me! I'll chase you to the ends of the earth!
Go. Oh no, Spider-Man fell down a well. So I could switch to Amulet of Branding with one action. Apply Bludgeoning Vuln him here. That would cancel out his resistance, but eh. Do I Hexblade's Curse? Do I Sonic Overload? I think Hexblade's Curse is better here. Never gave myself that universal res. That's gonna be a concern at some point. I guess I do neither right now. As you can see, he's immune to the piercing damage. It's non-magical. Ballast armor did not help. Just verifying that. Start at 9. I can do this. Trigger Bloodlust. Turned off gas the fume, so we won't be making more stank. I could buffer a Blade Ward through. I don't have any additional DR, so it wouldn't be fantastic. Wearing the wrong cloak. I think that's my play. backed up. Hey, Balance Link. Look away for 15 seconds, where Cazador. We crit him, and then we crit him, and then we crit him, and he died. Just Crawler Mucus on the Rat Bat, and he never succeeded a save. Just every time I needed to reapply it, I was like, nope, nope, stay still. Crawler Mucus is good for applying paralytics for the same reason... Or, excuse me, Rat Bat is good for applying paralytics for the same reason Arrows of Slaying are. And that's because the target has to succeed both saving throws. Even if they succeed one, but then fail the second, they're still paralyzed. They have to succeed both. Which, on top of that, you can, if you are able to give them disadvantage on con saves, they have to succeed 4 times, effectively. And this is part of why Eldritch Knight is so consistent as a poisoner and a debilitator. Because Eldritch Knight can just impose disadvantage on all saving throws whenever they use a weapon attack. With Hex, that's ability checks, not saving throws. That spell save DC. I should have put a throwable down and then done it, but it's fine. Any special arrow? Not any, but yes. Slaying is most notable because it's big damage, but you can do it with Omater too. With elemental arrows, it's more complicated than that, but Slaying and Omater are the easiest vectors for it. Time for me to do 11 EK, 1 Hexblade to try out different things like these. Yeah, it's very good. Elementals do work, they just have a save. Right, that's the issue. For consistency, Slaying and Omater. And Rat Bat. Throwing out something like Minor Illusion on an hexed enemy can mean they always fail the investigation check. Yeah, and you can hex Strength or Dex, depending on which stat the target uses for resisting being shoved. You could do that to improve the consistency on your Boot of the Giants and your shoves and your throws. You can hex someone's charisma for more consistent panache on Swashbuckler. I believe it's charisma for that. I'll probably just Sunbeam again, though. Wisdom. Your charisma, their wisdom. I'll just keep doing this. Another fun thing about 2 Sorcerer is you can extended spell on Sunbeam and just have 20 turns of it. Just on a scroll. An interesting build. Thank you. I also find it interesting. Complete aside, I find it amusing in the last 2 weeks I've seen 0 players other than myself playing D4. I've seen a couple people doing it. Are you just not running into people like in your game world? Does that work with Barb's Rage? I'm not using the Rage. Hello? Hey Zach, chill. Hope you're well. I'm not using the Rage. The only real reason I'm Barbarian is for this feature, Brutal Critical. It's more damage for me to retain my ability to spellcast than it is for me to rage.
Anything you want to say?
No. Try to go to camp.
I should speak up.
Even if she's damned herself to a lifetime of... What in the hells? I never knew any of this was here. Step quick.
Eat? Oh, I should. I have some leftovers, I think.
Who are these wretches?
You.
Sending a star in by himself for this.
I know you.
Here, Quag, eat up.
I recognize that voice.
Thank you.
You were in the Blushing Mermaid.
Excuse me. Kind of leftovers? I got some Mexican food.
You called me so many sweet things. My name sounded like a lyric on your tongue. I want to hear you say it again. Say my name.
Sebastian.
You're goddamn right.
You still make it sound
Wrong thing. 24, thank you.
so beautiful.
We went there together, Mick.
Am I lost?
I can put this right. I swear. I'm here to stop the Black Mass. To kill Cazador.
Kill that monster? You can't. It's impossible.
Tell me where he is, and I swear I'll end him.
The Grand Chamber. His staff controls everything. If you can get it, maybe you can free us. Hurry. Please.
Love sending him in alone now. Yeah, you don't get the option to tell Sebastian exactly how long he's been down here this way. So he doesn't crash out, but yeah.
I'll just help myself.
There lies Astarian's tormentor, the one who's haunted his night.
You don't get music with this version either. But...
Get your hands off me, worm! I'm not the one in the dirt. One last thrust. And I'll be free of you. I'll never have to fear you.
Okay, have fun. I'll be back.
And then, what will you be without me? A shade? A spectre in the shadow? Devoid of all purpose? You might have made me what I am, but I can be so much more than what you created me to be. But I am grateful for one thing.
You showed me how to really savor moments like this.
Is it over? Is he...
Yes. He's gone.
What does that mean for us?
It means you have a choice. You can hide here, living in the shadows like parasites. Or you could be more than what he made us to be. You can choose differently, of course. But the consequences are on your head.
And what does it mean for them?
The poor wretches in the cells are innocent. They shouldn't have to suffer just because I lured them here. They'll need someone to lead them. Take the tunnels into the Underdark. Find somewhere, well, not safe, but less perilous.
What? No, we can't.
Just try to keep them out of trouble.
Alright, I'm back. Hello.
Well, hello.
Yes, yummy. What do you got? Got some chips and salsa. Yeah, put it like this. A little easier.
No one stopped me yet. These boots have seen everything.
You killed one vampire, but released 7,000 of his spawn. Have you lost all sense?
They were innocents. To kill them would have been an even greater
No,
crime.
I guess I don't get to talk.
And our children. What of their fate?
Cazador turned everyone we brought him into spawn. I can only assume your children were somewhere in those wretched cells. You'll find them in the Underdark, although you may not like what you find.
This is difficult news. We will need to decide what it means. Thank you for what you have done. Slaying Cazador was a great justice. As for the rest, well, time will tell.
Need something? It's...
Okay. I don't think Rhapsody really sees use on this run. Weird as that is to say. Right, bad as Kenoff. I haven't rewatched that movie in a while. I want to. What movie? Barbie. Haven't seen it? Alright, that's next movie night. It's actually a good movie. We have to finish Spider-Man. But like, Barbie. I'm Just Ken was unironically stuck in my head for like a full week. Movie night. No wonder I missed them. Fuck my Baka Chungus European time zone. Yeah, we've been doing movie nights a little bit more recently. Used to do them a lot in my server, you know, years ago. But life and stream schedule and such. We've been doing them recently. With some Discord? Yeah. Everyone has Rachel. Where is she? Where is Rachel? Oh yeah, we have to watch the Batman movies, and then we gotta watch Venom. Yeah, I haven't seen The Last Dance.
Thank you for...
What are these things? My gods, do they stink?
We could watch all pirate movies. I think we got it. We did watch all the Pirates movies. That fourth one was so bad, holy. Like, it's only memorable for how not good it was. It's impressive. Even the third was iffy. The third was iffy. It at least had a good trilogy to, you know, to close out. So, like, give it a little bit of a pass. But, yeah, the fourth one was, ugh.
not have an appointment. Yet you seek an audience with Mr. Carrion. I sent you to wander the boundaries between life
I love that
and
world sound, but I think it's because nostalgia. Oh,
You've read
absolutely.
The necromancy of Fae. Tell me, what
First will always be the
brings
best.
one of such power
Curse of the
into
Black Pearl
presence
is
of
just like
Mr.
one of those
Carrion?
super fucking iconic movies that I never get tired of. And it hurts me on a level I can't describe that that movie is 22 years old.
I am not. I am a spirit medium.
22 years old, yep.
Capable of bridging the void between the living and the unliving. This plane and the next.
Hey, bash
You
it.
possess some aptitude in that regard, but I'm afraid you aren't of the caliber required to be one of my regular clients. Is that so? Yes, I see. A brief and superficial incantation cast by only the crudest of magicians. No customer of mine would ever settle for such parlor tricks, nor would they pay for them. If that is the sum of your curiosity,
We have to watch
I'm afraid
everything?
we have nothing more to discuss. In this life, at least. Unless, of course, you are looking for a job.
Hope your pillow's just a little lumpy tonight. I got your little lumps right here.
Return Thrumbo's body to me.
Watch everything everywhere all at once. I did finally end up watching that. What was this? This was a little while ago now. It was like 8 months ago. But I did watch it. It was really good.
Not to mention the parchment quality of the Gazette. Ugh, awful.
How about I buy the fibre and you throw it? Oh, please, hits a fist. It might blow them up.
This sucks. I have substantially more chips than I do guac.
Steel Watcher wouldn't allow.
Unacceptable.
What about a Lanthony's candle? Would you throw one of them? Have you seen the size of a Lanthony's candle?
How long is Barbie? I don't remember.
Leave me be. This is my spot. You don't have to help him. We ran to help. Since Dallas died. I'm not stupid. I don't...
So yeah, full disclosure, I'm not really very invested in this run anymore. We hit that super big rat bat hit, and I'm very satisfied with it. Now I'm just kind of like, on to the next thing.
This jar, it feels like death itself. A sure sign of a jar that grants immortality hidden inside a zombie.
Hey, South, been missing on a bike club. Yeah, what I probably should do is I probably should just like go beat the game today, so I can start a new run next session. But I'm also starting to get tired, so you know, we'll mess around for a few minutes longer. Probably a short stream today. But we did hit a 397 damage booming blade with the rat bat earlier today. That was pretty cool. A super long stream yesterday. I did. It's true.
You came back.
Crit? I mean, yeah, that was a crit, but it was a very stacked crit. We could have had more on it, but 397 was good. Is there a damage cap in the game? I mean, there's probably a point at which the game can no longer handle the values, but I don't think that's reachable. Maybe it is reachable if you do infinite actions, fierce perilous stake stacking. But that would probably take an impractical amount of time to set up, like many hours, if not longer, of you going through that loop.
Do you know of another graveyard we could use?
I do, but they struggle as we do. You'll not find a casket for your daughter.
Ridiculous.
Have to keep going. But that will fit in my bag.
I've got all of Carrion's jars now. I'll go find a steel watcher to have it blow them up for me. Their clip? I didn't make one. I was in the House of Grief. This was, what, maybe an hour and a half ago? Something like that? Something around there?
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine.
Juicy. Do I have Ice Storm Scrolls? Doesn't look like I do. So let's go check rolling. Big crit was before or after Cazador? Before. It was in the House of Greed.
Halt. Your trial is complete, villain. And the sentence is
I forgot I had
imprisonment.
Pursuit Protocol.
Please comply.
Sure.
Get that stone back. Now.
Yeah, I'm working on it.
Time to
Good.
skulk about.
So I stole the evidence chest. Let me just do that. Welcome back, Nemesis. My carry is just giant barb high strength. Yep. 22 strength with giant barb. How did Orin go? Haven't done Orin yet. We could go one-shotter, though. It won't be interesting whenever we decide to do it, so... Meh.
At the ready.
Like, I could just get surprise round, make fire surface, drag spike bulbs into fire surface until Aura no longer has unstoppable. Wild shape, biter, one-shotter. Wouldn't even need to do the wild shape bite if I just use Killer Sweetheart. I can just one-shot her that way.
You! But never mind that. What can I do for you?
We're hoping for Ice Storm. Why don't you have that? I'll clip someone getting Orin's armor early about knocking her out while she shapeshifts is that consistent. I believe to do that you have to hit her hard enough that the shapeshift would be knocked out in one hit.
Literature department.
I think the easiest way to do that is to hit her while she's lens. That's what BG3 Go doing today. Hey, John Adonis. Doing okay. Kind of a low energy day. I guess I'm sort of bouncing back from really long stream yesterday. But we hit a personal best for damage in one rat bat swing earlier today. That was pretty cool. Kind of feel like the run peaked with that. Was a dying dude before the beach fight? No, Lens is the journalist. The tiefling.
Back again? I know a reader when I
Do you have Ice Storm? No, you don't have it either? Why the fuck not? I'd have to go check Blurg.
There's nothing.
I don't know what a rat bat is, but good shit. Rat bat's this weapon. We swung this for 397 damage.
I admit, I'm somewhat concerned. Naturally, the Underdark provided us with some most unusual salvage. Plenty to keep an inquiring mind busy.
There's Ice Storm. Nobody got me. Blurg got me. Creatures under the effect of autos can still use bonus actions and reactions. So it's not really actually even good for locking down enemies compared to some other things that are available. Just PSA. Yeah, Trade did a damage deep dive stream. Recommend it. But I put a lot of stuff into that rat bat hit. There's a lot of setup. It could have gone higher if I had done more setup, swapped out a couple things. Of course, there's the option of rolling better too. And my spec is not entirely optimized for raw rat bat damage. Like, the druid levels aren't increasing my ceiling, they're just giving me another avenue to access an on-demand crit. If I was going harder on maximizing that, then I think I'd have other things in the mix. I can still TK scroll because I have the gloves. Best place to find that previous stream. Go there. Oh yeah, I should probably actually turn in the quest and get Duel's Prerogative. Appreciate it, no problem. Wait for Dark One's Blessing to win the 10 HP conflict with Bloodlust. You would need it to be bigger. So you would need the total for Dark One's Blessing to be bigger than 5. Then it would overwrite Bloodlust every time. I believe it's your Warlock level plus your Charisma mod for Dark Ones.
Would you like that? Mommy! Mommy! It's alright, Vanra. We'll stay right here.
Very well.
You brought her back.
There's some stuff I want to try with duelists. Sure, I could find a target somewhere.
Mummy. That's right.
Excuse me.
Mummy is here.
No, let's do carrion first.
The broadsheet's gone to pot ever since I left.
Should go get Belm. But it won't. This should work out fine. Good news from my physio about my elbow today. Ooh. Love to hear that.
In it. I'll feel that one later.
Alright, I gotta rest it again. My hotbar isn't correct anymore. He's prone. He's immune, but we can still apply Exposing Bite. Ooh. 126 fire damage there. Should have put on a second Dolores. Still not bad. Surprised. Scrubbing. Stated clipping. Oh, let me look at this. You're telling me that the idea is to step 1, go to a circus, step 2, irritate the genie till he banishes you. Yeah, that one. Nice. Well, I could do Rays of Fire with, Elemental Augmentation. Though I don't have good casting stat right now. We could hit some pretty good damage with Rays of Fire. Wouldn't be able to do Crater Flesh, but... or Spell Might. But, like... this is a cantrip, so this gets Potent Robe, Elemental Augmentation, We'd have that happening with Psionic Overload, Hex, Arsonist Oil, Lighting Charges, Callous Glow. Pretty big numbers with that. Be 30. Guess I never read it. Yeah, the Helldust Gloves give you Rays of Fire, and having Mole as an endgame ally also gives you use of that. I guess that one you can Greater Flush. Be lethargic next turn, but I don't care. Running low on Optimus Fires, but I still don't have to care. On that. Nice.
Carrion is truly banished. He will not trouble this plane again.
Nice. Hey, Jutalk. Wondering how, even with just simple attacks, you're able to inflict so much damage so far, dealing around 25-30 damage per attack, almost no attack 2 right now. Well, it's investment. It comes from, you know, it's usually a little bit here, a little bit there. It also depends entirely on what weapon I'm using.
Yes. I think I'll pick up where Carrion left off.
So, like, for example, this particular weapon, Flame Blade. You're not really supposed to have this. I went and got this in a roundabout way involving hiring and dismissing a hireling to get a permanent version of a temporary version of a temporary weapon that acts slightly differently when you get it as a permanent version. Otherwise, there are no weapons that do purely fire damage. So this is a weapon that not only has a lot of base damage, but it's purely fire. And the mummies I was just fighting, including Mysticarian himself, are vulnerable to fire. So that's how you're seeing, 134 damage here. Because I'm just boosting that fire damage a lot. And then it's doubling up at the end. But in terms of a more conventional example of the weaponry I'm using, the Rat Bat here, it's got its listed damage here, but then the Rat Bat special effect, aside from its listed thing, is that it has another instance of damage, which counts as a full hit for the purposes of a lot of gear and on-hit effects. So, the Rat Bat is in many ways like hitting someone with a weapon twice with one hit. So that's able to scale really high. That's the kind of thing I'm leaning into. I'm not just like clicking a weapon attack and doing the listed damage. I have a lot more going on. I'm using damage boosts like Hexblade's Curse is more damage, Hex is more damage, Psionic Overload is more damage. Boots of Psionic Movement are more damage. Whenever I crit, Greater Flesh Gloves are a lot more damage. Elemental Infusion is more damage, and a lot of the stuff you're seeing there isn't something that shows up in the breakdown before you do a hit. So the short answer is game knowledge. Once you know how damage works, you are able to apply more of it. And the more of that experience you get, the more, or less, depending on the case, impressive certain things become to you. Like, Rat Bat, again, is an item that a lot of people just downplay or don't understand because it's the kind of thing you gotta, like, use. What makes Rat Bat special? It seems kind of mid. So I hit 397 damage with it earlier today, Probable Walrus. Do you think a mid weapon could do that? So, like I mentioned a moment ago, Rat Bat has a second instance of damage that's piercing. Let me find something to hit for you. See this half-eaten apple? We're gonna hit it. See how it also took piercing damage. That is an entirely separate instance of damage. So, this means... Let's do this.
Better than nothing.
For demonstration purposes, if nothing else.
That's a friendly looking shadow.
This medicatrix.
Just out of view.
I didn't need to use Exposing Bite there because you auto-crit knocked out targets, but... So. See, I crit, and I have Craterous Wounds from Crater Flesh Gloves. You see, I have 2 instances of Craterous Wounds. One for each part of my Rat Bat's damage. This separate instance from the Rat Bat, this is getting my Brutal Critical extra die. This is getting my Savage Attacks extra die. It's getting the extra damage from the Vicious Shortbow. I could be wearing Ballast Armor to apply vulnerability to that piercing segment. This Elemental Infusion effect from my ring applies to both instances, so I get this additional 1 to 4 lightning damage on both parts of my next Rat Bat attack. Callous Glow applies twice, Lightning Charges apply twice, Psionic Overload applies twice, Hex applies twice, Hexblade's Curse applies to each one. Rat Bat is one of the many examples of items that do not get appreciated because a lot of the people making judgments about what is good and isn't in this game are not going out and using things. They're not going out and trying things. Rat Bat does not tell you it does what it does. You only would know by being told or by using it. So if the people doing all the telling are not using things, that would explain why it doesn't get talked about. Larian stated why the piercing damage is hidden, just casualty spaghetti code in the game. It's probably an Easter egg. Because, like, think about it. It's a bat that has nails in it. So it's got bludgeoning damage, and then piercing. This game is definitely the kind that rewards you thinking of, okay, logically this would do this, and then often it does. Like, the game does not have the infrastructure in place to tell you what literally everything does. There's some things you have to intuit, like putting a water bottle in a fire surface makes a steam cloud. The game doesn't ever tell you that. But logically, it's like, yeah, it would evaporate and make steam, so it does that. The game rewards you doing stuff, trying things out outside of your existing knowledge. Yeah, killing the Night Song makes you a Dark Justiciar, because that is, like, in the game's story, that is the explicit thing that you do to become a Dark Justiciar. So if outside of the plot of Shadowheart's thing, if you just take a shot at Aelin, it hits her, she dies, but then reses, you became a Dark Justiciar. And that's exactly what I did. You can see the Dark Justiciar tag here. Like, the game has a lot of literal, like, things in that regard. But back to comparison of weapons. The Rat Bat doesn't get the reverence that things like Balduran's Giant Slayer, even though it's not deserved in that case, because often people are not looking past the listed card stuff. And that weapon puts your strength mod in the listed card damage. Some people will erroneously assume that it applies again after that. No, it doesn't. But they'll be like, ooh, big number must mean more damage. And that's not always a bad assumption to make. But it often goes to the point of those same people will not read the other things that are available. Like, Orin's clothing gets downplayed very frequently. It is one of very few items that goes in your chest slot that increases your damage. The first thing it tells you about its abilities beyond, you know, the armor class readout is it's telling you, hey, this increases damage. Yet I've seen multiple threads over on the good old BG3 builds of people being like, oh, I don't know why people say it's good, like, it's just for dialogues. Like, you didn't read it. You just didn't read the item. So I encourage, and it's sometimes difficult to adhere to this, but I encourage you gotta have that active thought to examine things critically. Don't fall into routines. Don't dismiss things out of turn. Be open to new discoveries, new information. And always try to find an angle for, okay, this is good somehow. How much better would Balduran's Toothpick be if it worked like Titan String? It would be Rat Bat level, if not stronger. Because Titan String, remember, Titan String is so strong that it is always in the conversation for top damage bow for attack rolls with bows, even if your strength score is negative. It's still in the conversation. Because even if Titan String's effect is just giving you +1, the way it gives you that +1 makes it more damage than most other bows in most situations. Not always. Sometimes it loses to the makeshift bow, sometimes it loses to the vicious short bow, sometimes it loses to Gaunter Mail, and that's on attack rolls. That's Titan String's area, attack rolls. But then on non-attack roll bow stuff, because it doesn't apply there, you have other things that come in. Heavy crossbows can start winning. Some of the other bows that I listed can start winning. So it's situational. It's never as simple as your average gamer would have you believe. Oh, was it 393? There you go. It was a lot. A little under 400. Yeah. A lot. At least it wouldn't be as much of a meme as it is. Nick, if Baldur's Giant Slayer worked the way Titan String does, it would be incredibly powerful. It would not only be not a meme, it would be incredibly fucked up and strong. It would be really good. But because it doesn't, it's not good. It just presents itself as good. Like, in practice, it loses an output to the Silver Sword of the Astral Plane almost every time. The only time it doesn't is versus Psychic Immunity, I guess. It would be the weapon people think it is, yeah. Good way of putting it, Bashet. Palace Glow there. Do I go Psionic Movement mode on these guys? I think I do. We'll go Shapeshifter's Boon. I am a Giant Barb, so the ability check bonus helps my kick consistency if I ever want to do that, which sometimes I do. Do this in case I have to go through difficult terrain. How'd you get DRS on it without special arrows? Topple the Big Folk already is a DRS. So you'd do that, or you would do smites, like Thunderous Smites. After that big crit, you talked about all the ways you could have pushed the damage over 500. You're going to try before the end of the run? Probably not. Maybe I set up a testing save in a vacuum for that, but I think I've kind of proven my point about how high you can take a Ratbat crit, and how you can use 2 Druid levels to facilitate crits, basically, wherever and whenever you want them. Scammed. Oh, it's Shield of Thralls. Right, I was like, I saw 4, so I was like, surely that's the Bloodlust temp HP, but no, I'm just stupid. Let's just do that then.
Not as bad as it could have.
Beautiful.
Auntie protects me. She keeps me safe. You dare challenge Gris? Captain of the Flushing Mermaid?
This is Auntie's special place.
Come on, mateys! Let's slit this landlubber from head to heel!
Big damage. I doubt this works. But I'm so curious. No, it works. So, much like... So basically, if you throw or destroy Crawler Mucus, Purple Worm, you know, any poison that can be delivered that way, they have to roll twice on that as well. Because there's a cloud, and there was the burst when it was first made. Clean one shot there. Spore Druid, level 9 Symbiotics, how much HP? It's double Druid level. So, 18. In that case.
Never wanted the easy path.
It's 4 times. Is it 4 times? It might be 4 times. Yeah, 4 times, sorry. Stand corrected. Thank you.
Maybe I need more
Yeah, no, that makes sense, because at 12 it's 48. Yeah. I wasn't thonking.
Step carefully. There's a trap.
I don't feel like doing the other Ethel fight. I guess I'll do it. If I crit her and pick up her body, can she res from my inventory? That's a stupid question. Do we find out? Wonder if she'll even aggro, actually. We'll find out. Ooh, heavy. Still satisfying, though. What if I'm gonna... No? What if I... What if watch I just get telefragged or something here? That'd be really fun, honestly. Try to revive now? I don't know if she can. She might be able to. I have no idea. Absolutely not. I'm just trying to make a room. Fucking hell, I'm carrying a lot of stuff. There we go. I have absolutely no idea what happens here. Oh, she just pops out. That is funny. Good science. Can you just leave the room and have her revive somewhere else? I wonder if the bells would still be doing the thing. That's what I'm not sure about. Thank you for testing. What about KO? That's what you have to do to save Vonra here. Don't know if it has any other applications. I'll take another turn on that, I think.
Good idea, I think.
I make it there. Yeah. I get smoke powder damage 4 times. It's me like you exploded it twice. Smoke powder bomb. I threw it, that's 1. Hit fire damage, that's 1. Hit the ground, that's 1. It's 1, 2, 3. Additional on top of the 1 original, yeah. On the arrows of fire. Smoke powder bomb. Or it's the same thing. I don't understand. Freedom of movement, so I don't think I'm worried. Even if I get polymorphs, like, do I care? I'll take at least 1 insect plague tick. Don't really care about. Not 2, that's how it works, yeah. So like does Ethel's insect plague not damage objects? Let me see. Stunned? Why are you stunned? I don't understand, but okay.
Open up.
Open.
I'm exhausted. Better find somewhere to sleep soon.
Elixir now. Stun from shield throws on Biz. Yeah, I didn't think she was in the range, but it had to have been that.
She left. Welcome back. Oi, take your time.
This guy's a water vendor. And we like that.
Wish you.
You know, if a thunder only build's reasonable, seems like the only elemental damage type without a cantrip doesn't also include weapon damage, i.e. spell slot hell early on. I believe Mick has been working on a, Mick and Balls has been working on a thunder only run, and would have a more qualified take as someone who has attempted the challenge, but it's definitely, like, theoretically possible. You're just definitely gonna have to long rest a lot. Until you get short rest potions at the very least. Holy shit, thank you for the 58 months. It's a long time. I really appreciate that. Hope your day's going well. And Quag to you as well.
Seems like a good moment to talk.
The hag is dead.
Just the girl and she's on fire. You look like...
Quag.
Quag. Vortash wouldn't be an issue if you side with them. Yeah. Like a lot of single damage type runs, depending on how purist you are, it's going to be no crit immunity until Act 3. Though maybe the Veins can actually take thunder damage. I don't know off the top of my head. It'd be weird if they couldn't. Can't believe I'm 58 years old already. Quag old. I feel you. What else would be challenging? Resource sustain is the big thing. Anyone that casts Silence would be a huge issue for you. And yeah, Gortash. You get Contagion for Grim. What would that accomplish? I doubt you can apply it to Grim, but like, what would that accomplish? Not get rid of immunity? You can't get rid of immunities. Who else casts Silence besides Skellies and Wither's Tomb? One of the Dwergar and Grimforge does. The one that, like, says Twat Soul a lot. Some of the Banites in the Steelwatch Foundry. There's another one, but I'm not remembering what it is right now. It's very uncommon, but it happens. It's gonna do Thunder only, probably do 2 Tempest Cleric, 10 Storm Sorcerer. I don't know how the optimal that would be. That seems like a pretty good combo, but you gotta remember utility. It's not all about doing damage. That's not the only challenge of the run. So there'd be a pretty solid case for other things, like maybe you take Abjuration Wizard to be tanky enough to pull some of this stuff off. You could use like Glyph of Warding Thunder to keep doing thunder damage and keep your ward up. Maybe you take Rogue for the action economy stuff, maybe Uncanny Dodge. Maybe you take Assassin to force crits on Chromatic Orbs. You could go all sorts of directions. Ex-wife casts Silence on me in the Underdark. Oh. Is that a euphemism for something? Oh. They seem very confused. 2 Tempest, 10 Evos, maximize thunder damage and lightning damage. Sometimes. Empowered Evocation does nothing to boost Glyph of Warding damage. It's an abjuration spell. So, sometimes. Tempest is just damage consistency. Yeah, that's a big thing with Tempest and with nice crit, and with Assassin. They don't increase your damage. They stabilize it. Assassin by giving you access to crits that otherwise you'd have to force through other means that are more limited, or you'd have to roll well to get. And Tempest just forces the roll to be max. Technically speaking, neither of them increases your damage at all. But that's one of those cases where you do have to step outside of the complete vacuum of, like, theoretical peaks and look at, okay, what is practical in gameplay? And that's why those are still really good things to do, but gotta apply context to that. I love that the one that says Twatzel a lot makes everyone go, oh, that one. Much rather have access to sorcery points, more utility. And you can have that with only 2 sorcerer levels, but yes, no, I understand your point, and I'm not saying your approach is inherently wrong. Storm Sorcerer is great, Tempest Cleric supports it well, like, it all makes sense. Just, there's lots of ways to solve that particular problem. Ring of Elemental Infusion work with a fire arrow. It won't build from a fire arrow, but it'll apply to a fire arrow. Yeah, Hexblade is more damage. So Hexblade's Curse is just damage.
You spot a curious metal.
Didn't plan for that to crit, I hoped, but it's maybe a little toxic. Rat bat. Yeah, rat bat. I love this brutal critical plus savage attacks damage. Both show as brutal critical when you have that, but one of them is from savage attacks. Getting an extra 2d6 on Craterus, 2d6 on Rat-Bat Piercing, 2d8 on Rat-Bat Bludgeoning. It's so nice. The log is so nice in this game, even if it's sometimes wonky, it's very practical to navigate. I really like that we have it. It would have been very possible for them to omit that, but I'm really glad we have it.
Is it done? As may the sea.
And those quads, right? You still get to see the abs, too? Arms crossed? No. Arms out? Not jazz hands. Oh, the flex. Big lady. Big strong lady and blue outfit lady all in one for you. Listen. Big lady. Harmonize gets removed, you unequipped. I think so. Not positive, though. I have very little experience messing around with that one. What's left? Hell. The whole Gortash arc. Yeah, we'll save that for tomorrow. I think we finish this run tomorrow. A little low energy. Inside of you are two wolves. One of them wants to stream for 11 hours. The other one only wants to stream for 6 hours. There's no in between. But yeah, I'm thinking, I think we finish this run tomorrow. Start a new one on... What day of the week is it? Start a new one on Thursday. Did the wolves eat today? Yes, I had leftover Mexican food. But thank you everybody for hanging out. A lot of fun today. Did some good damage. I'll be live tomorrow. Let's find someone to raid. Oh, George is on? I would like to raid him back, but he's playing Clair Obscura and I'm still trying to remain completely blind. George is the VA of Roland, and he's raided a couple times. Cool dude. Let's raid Grady. Thank you everybody for hanging out today. Thank you for the stream. Hey, thank you for being here. And thank you for the constant support. You know, the raids, the subs, everything. It's all appreciated. If you got my emails, feel free to jiggle. Grady is looks like he's just chilling towards the start of his stream. I believe his Swarmkeeper run is in Act 3. So, very fun vibes over there. Very chaotic. Good guy. You'll enjoy it there. Have a wonderful rest of your day. And, yeah, bye forever.
Yeah, I don't have a way to really like sous vide though.